Do your own research and due diligence before investing in any company. The information I provide is in no way or manner a professional suggestion to purchase shares in any publicly traded company. I am not licensed to provide financial advice, and this should be considered entertainment. These stock profiles are intended to be trading ideas, a starting point for research. Any individual who chooses to invest in any securities should do so with caution. Investing in securities is speculative and carries a high degree of risk. You may lose some or all the money that is invested. Always research your own investments and consider consulting with a registered investment advisor or a licensed stockbroker before investing. It's Friday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's your boy Sal, man. We in the building. Friday. Just before in the show, I was looking at some Forex stuff. But I mean, overall, an okay Friday, right? Okay Friday for everybody. Thank you for joining me today, episode 81. People slowly coming into the room. What's going on, everybody? Old people, new people, welcome. Episode 81. Well, for the next couple of hours, it's a Friday show, so it is what it is. Talk about anything and everything. We kind of got into that yesterday. I should have stopped myself because now, 2 hours is my, because after that, people start complaining unless it's Friday. And they have time to watch the show. What's going on, everybody? Thank you for joining me. And let's get to it. Let's hop into the show here, ladies and gentlemen. And, pretty good day today. And, just like every other day on the market. All right, just like any other day on the market, in OTC land, we had another 100, 150. I think it touched 200, right? No, I think it touched 200. It was like 190. And that company was BTCS. And it's really interesting because BTCS, I didn't honestly pay it too much mind. And I regret that because this is a stock that has ran before, but the whole Bitcoin thing just was like, I wasn't sure that it was still hot, but Bitcoin is still like hot. People still take the whole Bitcoin thing real serious right now. And there's a lot of demand for BTCS, and it showed today on the stock, 179% today on BTCIS. And this is the 2-day chart on the screen. Here's the 1-day chart. On the screen. So, hey, look, the volume wasn't like stupid crazy, right? But it was enough to where you had, significant buying throughout the day. All right, I still see a few gaps in there here and there, but for the most part, they kept it going. And as you can see through the chart, those levels got, bought up and it moved the stock higher, which is really interesting because I thought towards the end you'll see a sell-off. But I don't see that here. Now, a lot of people would say that could mean a continuation into next week. I don't know. Carrying over from Friday, that it tends to mean that's a one-day thing, especially when it starts on a Friday. It tends to mean it's kind of a one-day thing. So I wouldn't jump on it. I'll watch and see what happens on Monday. But congrats to anybody who was in it and made good money. BTCS, that was the big winner today. Was really interesting to see Dry's. Again, shipping was really huge this week. It was really interesting to see Dry's attempt to come back. That was kind of funny. I think there was some desire to maybe catch some shorters off guard, but it really didn't happen. There was a few attempts throughout the day, as you can see here. But it just didn't happen. But at the end of the day, the stock ended up higher, which was, it's not an $11 stock. It's not an $11 stock. In fact, let me, where were we at before the run up? Yeah, we were at $4 before the run up. We're at $4. All right, now it's just really jacking up because it's so minute. All right, here was the stock for the day. All right, it attempted it in the morning, and it just flatlined after that. It tried to do something, and it just flatlined. All right, tried it, but it just couldn't keep going. And it starts off here, and it just couldn't keep going. So, nice try, though. Nice try, though. What's going on, Will? Barry Parker, Bad Scientist. Connor, I see you. Stock Diva, what's going on? Money Stay Woke. Reginald Bohannon, Bruce Cole. Zach Ferrum, 3 Hooks. Mag 36090, man. What's good, everybody? Travie, I know he's in there somewhere. Barry Parker. Roderick Gray. So, I mean, look, there are a few things that were moving today. Our list from yesterday, going back to check. Hold on. Steinmark didn't bounce up as aggressively as I thought it would. I mean, it got up there. Don't get it twisted. It got up there from some lows today. A high of 540 from the open of 523, but I thought it would go a little higher than that. So that oversold was right. We were right on the oversold. But it didn't hang as high as I thought for as long as we thought it would on Steinmark. So the oversold was right. All right, so we opened up 523. The high was 540. Could have been a good move for somebody who could have afforded enough of a position, but didn't get up there and stay up there like I would have wanted to see. All right. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the weed plays. You know, I thought some attention would come back today. I thought some of the attention on the weed plays would come back. I didn't see it happen. Today. That was very disappointing. And, you know, it's so funny because Michael Greer came into the room and said that weed is over. And, you know, he might be right. But I want to see again what happens next week. Again, Donald Trump is still putting his cabinet together. So we really haven't gotten to hear from these individuals who are going to be in charge of these departments about critical issues that, you know, they're going to eventually level on, you know. But shout out to Connor. Connor said, you know, you can't be too biased as well. You know, so we got to really play what we see. And so far, you know, it's looking very, very bearish for marijuana. Looking a little bearish for marijuana right now. All right. Looks almost as if, you know, the tide is turning. But for the most part, you know, since the 14th for the week, it's not too bad. All right. I wouldn't call the fire department in just yet. You're still, you know, hanging pretty. As we look at a 2-week chart here of MJNA. In other news tonight, real quick, we had Trump University settle that lawsuit. That was really interesting. $25 million. Everybody's getting their money back. That was really interesting. And excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, as I eat this delicious, juicy Southern fried chicken from Bojangles. Ticker symbol BOJA. What's going on, DeMarco? Kara looking healthy? What's going on with Kara? Yeah, Kara's still looking nice up there. This is a long-term swing, and I see it on our list. I see it on our list that we discussed this on November the 3rd. So it would have been a really good play for somebody. Since November the 3rd. Would have been a really good play for somebody. We saw it at oversold. I see it here. We listed at oversold. And yeah, that would have been a really good play for somebody in Cara. Almost doubled your money in less than 2 weeks. Almost doubled your money there. Your entry would have been, what, just over $6. So the stock is almost up 100% in about 2 weeks or so. Cara, C-A-R-A. Speaker knocker. He said he's eating cornbread. Ornery, how did you find out? AXIM owns 45. Okay, MJNA owns 45% of AXIM. Okay, guessing that's somewhere in the 10K. And AXIM, you know, I think that's just again a beautiful pump, man, because it ran again today. I mean, it now it's like, okay, now is $10 a possibility, because now it's got to be like, okay, this is crazy, because I remember watching this past 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, and now to be hanging up here at 785, and that wasn't even the day's high, dude. The stock literally did try to touch 10 today. If you pull up AXIM, the high of the day was 945. Yes, Andrew Ford, I do. The high of the day was 945. The high of the day was 945. So it's got a goal now. And I think it could touch that again. I don't think this stock is done. He said it'd be 40s in next week. I don't know. I mean, it's got decent volume too. There's been no decline at all, really, in volume. No decline. It might have off days here and there, but for the most part, it stayed over about 250, 260 or higher in volume. And we're talking about big money here. It's a couple $1 million. If we look at the amount of money that's going into the stock, AXIM, and I think this is a pink sheet. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Somebody had brought up DRNK yesterday on the show, and then the stock goes up 100%. Light volume. So I don't know if that was somebody from the show deciding to go out and grab themselves a stack of it. Nothing ridiculous, but it was just interesting to see that double up today. Not necessarily the greatest volume. Today I was all over pennies. I tried to play. What is called AMD today. I tried to play AMD today, and it just wasn't going my way. So I think I made like $25 after fees. It wasn't. It went, and then it ended up going just against me. It just ended up going against me if I would have stayed in. But I realized it just wasn't going to crack. It just was not going to crack any lower. It just wasn't going to crack any lower. All right. The thing also, I'm not going to talk about options too much, because I know, Connor, you want to start your options show. We're going to leave options to Connor, but I love the fact that sometimes if the option isn't expiring like that day, if it's like a week behind or 2 weeks behind, even if it's like out of the money, if you get it dirt cheap and the stock makes a move towards the money, you can still profit. So I don't even have to wait till it gets in the money. I can just, if the volatility is there, it's a lot that goes into it. But shout out to AMD pushing through today, man. AMD pushing through today. And I'm so proud of this stock, man. I'm so proud of this stock. This was, as you can see here, I had my little level on there. I was like, okay, if it crosses, 72, and that was the support level, and sure enough, resistance becomes support, and it got over 71, and then found it as a support level, as you can see here, resistance, and then becomes support, and sure enough, started dancing on the line. And looks like it could bounce from here. I still expect a pullback, but it was interesting to not see it come through today. I thought it would happen today, but it just didn't. So I'm still looking, at those 850 25th calls, 850 25th, November 25th calls. Puts. But I don't know if it's going to ever get back down there. We'll see. We will see. CLH, Concilius Holdings. This kind of reminds me of AKDS when we were going through that little situation, as that company was rising slowly but surely. And again, stocks like this can kind of fool you because you see the low volume, you see the high price, and you're like, ugh. But, the fact of the matter is the chart is moving. There is accumulation happening here. And if you're willing to take the risk, maybe it could pay off. It's always risky playing these things. Here's the 1 month chart, which doesn't look too bad. I mean, for 1 month, what is that, 190 to 239, which, you got in here with a couple hundred shares. You're able to get in and out. It's not like the volume's low enough where, you can't complete your trade unless you go in too big, which you shouldn't be doing on OTC stocks to begin with. You know what I mean? Which you shouldn't be going in OT stocks to begin with. All right? Because you don't want to be able to have your orders sitting on level 2 trying to get out. And you can't get out with the quickness because you can't catch that price because your order's too large. Man, these fries are so damn good. Devin Miller, your broker, probably sells options. TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, any reputable broker. All right, you can sign up with TD Ameritrade. It's completely free, no minimum required. Sign up takes like 10 minutes. You can start looking at what they offer, and I'm sure they have little things that can teach you and all that stuff. Yes, indeed. Tristan, you said you lost lots on R-Log. What's happened? Yeah, AUPH was oversold yesterday, Tristan. Let me see here. If I remember correctly, this is the 18th. AUPH ended oversold yesterday. You can see that here on the RSI. AUPH ended oversold yesterday. And I love playing oversold stocks because I honestly believe that a lot of people do. And it's an old fundamental tactic of watching the RSI. And a lot of people believe at the oversold level that you got a bargain there, buying at that level. So it's a high probability trade when you play below 30, below 20 on the RSI that you could bank on it. And sure enough, it was a great play if you were in it yesterday. If you were in it yesterday, looks like you probably weren't able to really get in at a decent level today. It looks like you had to get in yesterday in order to really bank. Obviously, though, the stock got up 6%. So there was probably still a way somewhere in there you could have got in. I see there it did get down to the 356 today. That was the low. Actually, 325. Well, I think it opened at 335. So yeah, it did get to 325 somewhere today. And that would have been a really good return for somebody. The high of the day was 395, but I think that was at the open as it gapped higher like it shows there. But still, not too bad. A decent return, 21 cents today for 6% for the longs. 6% for the longs. AUPH. Hey, Tristan, I would love if you would tell us, you'd be able to tell us a little bit more about the company and like what they're doing and what's driving this buying in the stock. THLD 18% today. What was this about? Was this, just a, again, I don't see any news. The last news that's out here shows 3 days ago. So what was that about? But THLD is a stock that tends to bounce like that, though. As you can see from the chart, it doesn't hold it particularly well. It doesn't hold it particularly well. Look how it just beautifully bounced off that 200-day moving average, though. That was really interesting. THLD. Love these little penny players, man. Love them, love them, love them, love them. All right. But I'm pissed I missed BTCS, though, man. Hopefully that runs next week. I really do. Yeah, DeMarco Cantrell, I talked about it. I really hope that runs next week. But look, almost every day or every other day, you're going to have 100, 120, 130, 190, 200% runner. That's why I love OTC markets, man. I love the over-the-counter market. Your 20% red day today can be made back up with a good scan the next day. You're never really out of the fight when you play penny stocks. You can kind of give up on yourself mentally and just, tell yourself you suck and you're not good, you don't know what you're doing. But if you really kind of buckle down and say, okay, all right. Let's find out where these runners are at. All right, let's do the morning scans. Let's set the charts up during the day and watch for levels being broken, with momentum. And if we're seeing levels being broken, why don't we just jump on it instead of hesitating and waiting till the stock is too high for us to jump in? Or getting in sometimes too early and nothing happens. All right. Positive news on Evo trial. All right, Tristan, not bad, man. Just let us know. I don't believe BTCS might be being pumped, man. That's the thing. I don't believe it might be being pumped. It might not be being pumped. I got an email for RXII today. RXII, I got that email. And this is being pumped by Small Cap Network. Small Cap Network is pumping smallcapnetwork.com. They're another news outfit that plays to be a news outlet, but they promote stocks just like everybody else. And they sent that email out. And sure enough, the stock went kaboot. And people say all they want about these newsletters, and they move stocks, man. They really do move stocks. And that's what happened here with RXII. And I know this is a stock we brought up. In fact, I looked at the chart yesterday. I didn't even see that some emails had been sent out about it. But that run was pretty nuts. Daniel Forey, you say your experience with THLD got in before the burst. First time you've ever done that. How did it feel, Daniel? How did it feel to watch your stock that you're in soar like that? It feels good, doesn't it? Watching now that green come into your account like that. Your heart beating, hesitating on when to get and take profits, fighting back the urge for greed to hold. Maybe there's more, 100 more, 200 more. When you first make the trade, all you wanted was a little, for it to go green. Now it's going green, and you're saying to yourself, well, I think I could get more green. Fighting back that greed urge. Yes, indeed. That's right, Daniel. I bet it felt good. Craig G said it's rigged. Ah, man. Did I check that out? HAGE. Heritage. Yeah, we talked about Heritage a little bit. I don't know what's going on with Heritage. I got to check out the balance sheet. KR. Who put KR in there? Devin Miller. You looking at Kroger? What's up with Kroger? Looking like they're going through some bit of a rough patch there at Kroger. All right. I'm using TradingView. Oh yeah, man. Greed will destroy you quick, man. Greed will destroy you quick. That's why sometimes with these OTC stocks, depending on how big I got in, give me 30, 35%. I'll take that, sell, and jump back in, because I don't know how far it'll keep going. Depending on the catalyst, of course. But take your profits, man, because these things will go against you so fast. You looking at all bunch of green in your account. Next thing you know, you're in the red, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? I had all this green in my account. I was looking dead at it, and now it's gone. And maybe a day ago or a couple hours ago, you were having a conversation with yourself about how much green could be coming in. And now the conversation with your mind is, how much can we continue to lose? Maybe it'll turn around. Maybe it'll get back to green. Maybe I'll hold just one more day. When you had the profit that you were seeking. I don't mind wasting another $20 to get back in. I don't mind wasting $20 to get back in. If I can, grab whatever was already on it, But I understand there's a big thing that says let profits run, right? Let profits run, which is good. Which is good when again the catalyst is strong, the trend is incredibly strong. But if you're seeing some hesitation on level 2, or a little bit of a gap down, and you just happen to really time it perfectly, take that profit and come back in on a pullback, probably. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, OCLN, man. OCLN, it's kind of fucked up because I was going at them on Twitter, because OCLN announced today that their revenues are 3,000% higher for this quarter. Their revenues were like basically nothing last quarter. So I sent them a tweet. I said, well, if you guys would have hired me to get the word out, you actually would have had some decent action today. They didn't respond. Because they know that's the truth, man. You can't put news like that out on Twitter. We have good news to announce. Our revenues is over 3,000, 6,000% higher, something like that. You can go on their Twitter account. You can just go on Twitter and type in Origin Clear. They'll pull right up. They tried to announce it on Twitter and thought that, it was just going to bounce on that news on Twitter. It don't work that way. It doesn't work that way. OCLN. So I'll still continue to watch it because maybe they'll start putting their money where their mouth is and get some people to start, putting their name out there. But as of right now, as long as they don't have anybody doing that, it's not going to move. It's not going to move. In fact, you'll just continue to lose money on it. And as you can see here, it's actually pretty much at it's actually not a it's really at a good point to get in actually right now. All right, it's actually not too bad of a looking at the chart anyway. Maybe let it come down just a little bit more, maybe 006. It's got a lot of support there though at 0080. It's not too bad. It's got a lot of support there though. It's been lower. 0048 is that 52-week low. But yeah, you might be having your money get in the red before it actually starts doing something, if they decide to do anything to begin with. Okay. For the runners today on the market, what was up with DCIX? I mean, I thought shipping was gone. I named an episode yesterday called "The Collapse of Shipping Penny Stocks," and sure enough, DCIX decides to run today. Now, the run was late as hell. The run was late as hell. This stock went from red to green, then green to red, and then red to green again. Look at that chart. That is ugly. I don't know what the hell is going on with that. How can you tell where the stock is going with that chart? If you could have said that this stock was going to be in the green today, you deserve to be rich. Because that doesn't look like a chart that was going to end green today. Diana Container Ships. That stock was running like that, like the game wasn't over. The bubble was burst, but not for DCIX. Not for DCIX. Travis said they caught him slipping. Probably. That could be very well the answer. Caught him slipping there just late in the day. Short covering, driving the stock higher. Very much could be that. Very much could be that. Very much could be that. 29%. Yeah, I mean, I know short covering moves stocks, but 30% higher for short covering? That's a lot of shorts, man. That must be a lot of shorts. You're watching DCX or DSX. This is like another version of their Diana Shipping. Is this part of the same company? DeMarco? Diana Container Ships and Diana Shipping? Because this is DXDSX. And we just got done looking at DCIX. So are they part of the same company? You said that stock is drunk. Okay, they are part of the same company. All right. Okay, so they spin it off. Diana Container Ships. All right, that's what's up. DSX 347. Albo Pharmaceuticals. All right, not bad. Way out of my my league though. Way out of my league. $26 a share. I mean, I can't really buy enough of it to really make sense for me or, limit my risk. $26 a share is moving though. Shout out to the people who are in it. I mean, damn, for 3 days, $6 a share, man, that's nothing to shit on. $6 a share in 3 days, that's good money. That's very good money. Oh man, ALC 1602, you brought up an oldie. Max Sound Corp. This is one of my favorite ones back in the day. because it always ran really, really good. Always had good promoters behind it at one time. And, you know, this was a stock that the technology is actually legit. The technology is actually legit. And I don't know if they still have those articles up, you know, but they had a while back had the software compared to like Dobly and whatnot. And the technology is comparable. In fact, if you go all the way back to a couple years ago, I think, yeah, right here, when I started playing it, 2012, when I got in, and this stock, yeah, this stock got all the way up there. And what is that, almost to $1? You know, and it started off at about like 11 cents. And yeah, this is an oldie, man. Max Sound, MAXD. It's been around for quite a while. The technology is legit, but I don't know why the company has struggled to get licensing for its sound. It's comparable to Dobly. I mean, if not better than Dobly. But I don't understand why they don't, you know, get the technology in the hands of people who, you know, can get it into some cars, get it on some phones. I mean, you got a lot of off-brand cell phone makers out here. Why can't the company go reach out to one of them and say, hey, put our technology in your phone? I've always struggled with why this company can't make things happen for themselves. You know, because they do have an awesome technology. Go to the website, maxd.audio, and you can listen to it for yourself. Let me put the ticker in the chat room here. But you gotta have decent, you know, headphones to hear the difference. Because I know if your headphones sound like shit, then you're not gonna really understand it. But they got the new app on Apple. So if you got an iPhone, go ahead and download that MaxD app. You could download that MaxD app. And it's a software. It's basically a software that companies can implement into their hardware to help crystallize sound. All right. But this company just has to get it together, man. They got to get it together. Gerardo said DCIX is drunk. Haha, you're funny. SARA. Yeah, we talked about SARA. Koozie Q's done. Bad scientist. Koozie Q. I don't know why that stock is running. Because the company is bankrupt and has literally said that they're going to sell themselves off. So I don't know why that stock is running. They've literally said they're going to sell themselves off. They don't want to come back. They're not trying to get restored. They're not trying to do none of that. They're looking for a buyer and they're going to sell their assets. So I don't know why that stock ran like that today. There's no reason for that at all. Ridiculous. But say somebody want one big on it. 90% today. That's a big move. That's a big move. HCTI, hybrid coding technologies. I've been wanting to know more about this stock. I have to look at the books on it. But HCTI, hybrid coding technologies. Let's see what that's about. Let's see here. All right, no business available, no business information. The first zero VOC hybrid coatings application. That can't be. All right. All right, to that eliminate the use of all toxic incarnates. Okay, so I see what they're saying. So basically, like it's a green, just like they said, hybrid coating technologies is hybrid, and it's really, really good for an environment. So it's green. All right, it's green. Yeah, but hey, it's Friday, Barry Parker. It's Friday. I'm going to run it off tomorrow, baby. We're going to run it off tomorrow. Say all it needs is volume. Yeah, you're right, Mario Martinez. And I think that's why Max D, going back to Max D, and I actually do like this hybrid thing too, because I like this price right here. I like this price right here. Max D. Max D. Actually, yeah. Let me see what level. Let's back it up a little bit. Where are we at right now? All right. So now, actually, if we can, we'll see. Maybe if we can get it at a lower price. I don't know. It could be up to something, but looks like it's slowly been moving here. 0060 would have been really nice to catch it at. There's a low. 0029. So I mean, it looks like it's in the middle of a little run here. So I'll probably leave it alone until it's finished doing whatever it's doing, but and watch to see if you can catch it again next time. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I got the train over there, a little bit down the road. Got some tracks over there. VPLM. VPLM, voipal.com. What is that about? I've never even heard of this one. VPLM, VoIPal. So what is it, like a rip-off Vonage? Is a publicly traded company, state of Nevada, is a technical leader in broadband voice over internet protocol. Okay, so yeah, it's a OTC version of Vonage. It's basically what it is. See, this shit bothers me because if your technology, if your business is something like that, you would think you would have a dope ass website. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about these OTC companies and their shitty ass websites. And you know why? Because a lot of these OTC companies are led by like very old dudes. A lot of them, and I wouldn't say very old, but dudes in their like late 50s, early 60s who they think a website is like a logo and a couple words, and it's not that, man. Your website, it evokes feeling about your business, man. It evokes feelings about your business. That's why some companies, man, I want to talk about them, but the website looks like shit. The website looks like shit. Your website should be dope as fuck. I don't care if your stock is 005. It doesn't matter. Your website should be like, damn, these people care about their business. It shouldn't look like you went to fucking blogger.com and got a free damn website. I've seen free websites. I've been to OTC tickers and went to the website and it was like, it was a Wix. Has anybody seen the little Wix website? They're like corny ass Wix websites. Horrible, man. Horrible. Bill Bet, you said you played HTCI. Okay. Yeah, Speaker Knocker. Yeah, I mean they put in the time, and that website for Max D, it's not hard to do. If you look at that website for Max D, they got their technology up there. They got a version for you to try it, and that's it. It's a couple pages. But yeah, man, put a little effort into that shit, man. And they wonder why these stocks don't run is because your website looks like shit. People do a little digging. The first thing they want to do is go to your website, see what's popping off. And it's a fucking, blog or some shit like that, It's not no real business being done. Those websites, go to these NASDAQ companies and these Dow company websites. They're flawless. Flawless. Yeah, they got a lot more money to work with, but that's no excuse in 2016, man. You can hire a guy from Bangladesh. My website was done from a guy, freestockpicks.org. The guy did it in like a day. Right? Slapped up some pictures, got the links up, and he charged me like $125. And I was happy to pay him, because I know that's a lot of money in Bangladesh. And I was happy to do it. That's the future. If why pay somebody in America to do it when I can hire somebody from a foreign country, valuable to me because I can use the money on something else. All right? And valuable in doing my part to help his country because he's going to take that money and use it in his country. All right? I'd love doing shit like that. I love doing shit like that. Matter of fact, I'm going to hire some women from India to be posting all over the internet some ads for me here shortly. For another site. For another ticker here soon. Weed Life, WDLF. Uh-oh. Not another Friendster. It's like another Friendster again. You know that one Mr. Lloyd was talking about how he got caught up in? Those social media apps, man. You got to be careful with those. But I've heard Friendster is actually like, it's got its little following. But you know what could have started off as an OTC stock? Instagram. Instagram, when you look at Instagram, the app, like obviously we know how great it is now. But when I look at Instagram and I'm thinking about how it looked like 4 years ago, it looked like a damn OTC social media, app. That's what it looked like. And for the most part, it does some amazing stuff. But at the end of the day, Instagram is very basic. Instagram doesn't have like, map features and shit like that. It's a very basic app for the most part. It's not, technologically advanced or anything like that. Snapchat is going public? Really? Jeez. Snapchat going public? Well, I mean, if Facebook can go public, then I guess Snapchat can do it too, but Ty Lopez. You guys like Ty Lopez? He's got his videos all over my damn page. Like half my ads on my page are freaking Ty Lopez ads. I've noticed that because I was messing around with somebody else's computer, went to some of my videos, and like half the ads are like freaking Ty Lopez. I love his rent-a-friends that he keeps around him, though. You can tell some of those people are just rent-a-friends. Because, in L.A., when you're shooting movies or anything like that, you can hire, actors and actresses, and they're just always, like, standing around him. And you can tell they don't fucking know who this guy is, you know what I'm saying? Just by the way they, like, look at him and, the uncomfortableness about it all. Rent-a-friends. That's why I wasn't really a big person in like fraternities, because I always thought fraternities, sororities, they were always kind of rent-a-friends. But I never said it to those guys, I just went there and partied. But I always saw fraternities and sororities as rent-a-friends. I'm gonna get it anyway. Well, I'm not paying you $350 a month to be your friend, dude. Fuck that shit. I don't want to live in the house. I don't want to do none of that now. I don't want to do none of that shit. Just call me when you guys are having a fucking party so I can find a hot chick to take back to my dorm to give me some head. All right. GEN. Let me see what GEN is doing. GEN, Genesis Healthcare. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. It keeps doing its thing. Genesis Healthcare, still putting up numbers, man. That long-term home, that long-term healthcare thing is real, man. There are real people trying to get help for their parents and their grandparents. People can't stay home and take care of themselves. Can't wipe that booty when you get 82, 83. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, you got to have a high school dropout or a woman who got a GED and unfortunately made poor choices in life. Who's got a certificate from some medical school, institute, or some shit like that. They hire her to wipe your ass. They'll hire her to wipe your butt for, $12 an hour. That's the type of people these Genesis Healthcare people hire. They're not hiring people with college degrees to wipe your grandpa's ass. Unfortunately, it's the girl who went down the wrong road. And she's going to wipe your ass for $12 an hour. But of course the company is going to charge you and your insurance company maybe depending on how long you're going to be there, maybe anywhere between $40,000 to $60,000 a year to do it. Yeah. Bill Betts, you say you bought it in August. Too bad you didn't hold. Mm-hmm. How do I feel about minimum wage? Minimum wage. I don't know. It depends, because I understand the conservative argument that if we get rid of the minimum wage, that people would, or that people who create jobs would have more jobs to give, but you would just be paying a whole bunch of people less. That's all. The argument that more people would have opportunity, that is true. More people would have opportunities, but at the end of the day, premium labor would have lower value, right? Because you can just go out and teach somebody to become premium labor, right? You can hire the guy who otherwise wouldn't be worth, $17 an hour. You can hire him for $3 and then train him up to be $17 an hour, but you're still paying him $3. You see what I'm saying? So minimum wage protects not only high-skilled workers, but it protects low-skilled workers from abuse. All right? And minorities. I mean, can you imagine if there was no minimum wage? I mean, they would exploit some minority populations like crazy, man. To an extent, they already do that. They already do that. Go to McDonald's. McDonald's is a classic example of exploitation of a minority community group at a low wage. Obviously, they're paying just at minimum wage. You might have some locations that are paying a little bit more, but for the most part, McDonald's doesn't go out of its way to improve their well-being in any way. I worked at McDonald's. They talk all the way about working you up to manager and do all that. And for some people, it does happen. But for the majority of people who work at those kind of jobs, they come and go, and, McDonald's could care less what happens to you. Now, some of you may say, well, is it McDonald's job to care? Well, you're their employer. Their well-being should be your concern. Right? So, you said black youth unemployment is over 50%. Well, that doesn't have to do with minimum wage, sir. It has to do with the fact that they're black. They don't want to hire black youth. That's why black unemployment is 50%. It doesn't have to do anything to do with the minimum wage. It has a fact to do with they're black. That's a false argument. The minimum wage don't have anything to do with black unemployment, dude. Mary J. Blige, Burger King. Yeah, that was some coon type shit, man. That was some coon type shit. Mary J. Blige in that Burger King ad. I think it's up here somewhere. I would download it for you, but I probably would. Let me see if I can find it. That was some coon type. But Mary J. Blige has been cooning for a long time, though, dude. She's been cooning for a long. I mean, she had this thing where she was like singing in front of Hillary Clinton. Put down that gun. What is it, a gun? Or some bullshit like that. Give me a break. Yeah. Yeah, she was cooning for Hillary hard. Is it a gun? Is it a pistol? Is it a knife? Don't take your life. Some bullshit, man. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, McDonald's is rolling out kiosk. Yes, I did see that. McDonald's is rolling out kiosk. And here's the thing about McDonald's. It's not embarrassing enough that I got to stand behind this fucking counter, right? I'm 35, 36 years old, and I'm working this fucking job that was meant for people who are in high school. It's not embarrassing enough that you got me wearing this clownish outfit that just looks hilarious. Now you're going to make me come from behind the counter and actually serve these fat, nasty, greedy, selfish people. Because, I mean, if you eat McDonald's, dude, you're a nasty motherfucker if you eat McDonald's. I'm sorry, man. You know McDonald's ain't real food. And you eating that shit? McDonald's has a vice grip on their suppliers. So I know damn well what the suppliers are putting in to that food is not real. It's not real. They're barely making anything off what they're providing to McDonald's, because McDonald's probably squeezes their balls like nothing. And if you don't do what McDonald's wants you to do, they're going to find somebody else who will. So those suppliers have been putting in all kind of garbage in those animals, man. I wouldn't touch McDonald's for nothing. I wouldn't touch McDonald's for nothing, man. I mean, why would you eat a hamburger that tastes the same in every fucking state you in, bro? Do you ever notice that shit? A McDonald's Big Mac tastes the same in Texas as it does in New York. So you know that shit ain't real, man. What kind of shit is that? That's disturbing as fuck. That should bother the shit out of you. That shouldn't, that's disturbing. It's disturbing enough. There was that movie. What's the name of that movie? The guy freaking had a hamburger out. He kept it out for like 30 days. And the one that was made at like a local joint was basically, tore up from mold and all that shit. And the McDonald's one looked like it came right off the damn stove. That's disturbing, man. That's not real food. That's not real food. That dude told you that's not real food. Way back when that movie came out. Yes, Super Size Me. You're right. That's what it's called. Super Size Me. You're right. That shit is nasty. And we wondering why all these people out here are getting cancer and shit like that. Now, look, I can't hear. I'm about to eat a piece of fried chicken. But this isn't something I do regularly. No way, Jose. Definitely not something I do regularly. Just for Fridays. Look at that big old juicy. Look at that. Oh, man, that is delicious. That is delicious right there, man. Oh. So delicious. Oh, absolutely delicious piece of fried chicken. Yes, indeed. Not as good as sex, but close. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Parker Mill wants to talk about stocks. This is Friday. Chat it up, man. Whatever you want to talk about. Whatever you want to talk about. It's Friday. We've been talking about stocks all week. Talking about stocks all week. What somebody needs to tell me is what's going to be running what's going to be running next week. That's what I want to know. I'm trying to be a legitimate trader. I'm not trying to promote forever, but shit. I like easy money. And I'm very good at sales, search engine optimization, social media marketing. So fuck it. That's what I'll do. Yeah, man. Gotta get yourself some chicken, Bruce Cole. You said natural gas. CHK. Where is it at right now? CHK. Where's it? I've been watching CHK. I'm watching those levels. I still got the levels up, man. It's got to break my levels. I've been watching it. When CHK breaks 608, I got the alert set up right there on the chart, man. I got the alert set up right there on my chart. You know what I'm saying? When it breaks C08, I'll be all over it, man. 608, that's the price, man. 608. That's where it's got to be at. I'll be all over CHK when it gets to that point, man. Because I know the volume is going to come in heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. If natural gas is higher and CHK then moves over 608. You got a lot of momentum buyers above that level. The sky's the limit after that. So I'm waiting for it, man. I'm waiting for it. The chart is ready. Yeah, I got that Colt 45. I got that Colt 45. Oh, damn. This fried chicken tastes so good, man. And the meat is just falling off the bone and everything. I got my lady mad at me because she wanted me to come over today. And I told her no, I was going to do the show. So she's all upset right now and stuff. And I told her when she want to be on the show, you can call up. You can be on the show. But I mean, you can't make people happy, man. You know? I love you. I do. But at the end of the day, man, I love my show. This is my business. I love my business. It feeds me. You know? It pays the car note, the home, mom's car. You know? This keeps a roof over my head. And I'm trying to expand it, trying to grow it, trying to, you know, really make this something. You know, slowly but surely a bird builds its nest, one step at a time. You know, don't try to, it's not a race. You're trying to build a legacy, man. Possibly a network, who knows? But it requires me to show up. The number one thing in anything in life is showing up, right? Showing up. It's so crazy, man, because I learned that lesson from a guy I went to high school with. And this guy, man, I think he could have been an amazing football player. An amazing football player. Really talented running back. Very fast, very strong. You remember going to school with those motherfuckers who were just naturally like huge, just muscular? This guy was one of those dudes. He was just naturally fucking ripped, you know. And when he wanted to play, he was so good, but dude never showed up for practice. the team would make fun of him because he never showed up for practice. He just never, he'd kind of come when he wants to. And, you know, sure enough, senior year, they didn't even, you know, he wasn't even on the team. And I'm looking at this dude like, you know, at the time, you know, suffering from low self-esteem. I'm looking at this guy like, man, dude, if I could be you, with all your muscles and how fast you run, man, I'll be blazing it, man. I'll be blazing it. But this guy, you know, he ends up, he does graduate, ends up going to a school called Mid-Michigan Community College. I think he did like a year there. And I don't know what ended up happening to him. I caught him up later. You know, it's kind of weird when you run into people from high school. It's kind of weird, man, because like, especially the ones like you were like cool with, but like not, like you didn't know them like that. So you don't really have anything to say. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, what's up, man? How you been? But it's not like I don't like want to get your phone number or anything. You know what I'm saying? It's so weird like that. So I ran into him or whatever, and I just, man, I just look at him and I say, what could have been if he just had the passion? And maybe he just didn't have the passion for it. Maybe he didn't have the passion for it. But even if you don't, if you have the skill, use the skill to fuel your other passion. You know what I'm saying? Use the skill to fuel your other passion. For, you know, there are a lot of people right now, you love trading. You love trading. One day you want to be able to trade 24/7 whenever you want on your own time and make money and get paid doing it full time. But you've got a skill at your job doing something else, right? So you're using your skill to fuel your passion, and hopefully you're allowing and planning to get into a point where your passion becomes your, you know, your daily grind, you know. But for those of you guys who want to do that, you got to have a plan, man. You got to have a plan. You got to have a plan to want to get out. You can't just, you know, it's got to be something you plan to eventually do full time. You know, setting savings goals and all that stuff like that. You know, you gotta have a plan. All right. Gotta have a plan. In fact, there's a really great article. I don't know if I can. I'll probably have to put it in because I think it's a PDF. It talks about how to day trade for a living, or how to go from working to day trading for a living, and it's got like a plan of attack. I gotta get that for you guys. It's a PDF, so I don't know how. I'm gonna have to figure out how to post that because it's behind like a wall. You said you hate truck driving. I heard truck driving truck drivers get good money. I remember when I was in school, you know, the truck driving school commercials, they'll talk about how you could make like $80,000 a year or something like that driving a truck. That was shit. Now, I could tell you right now, there was a time in my life that was a very significant possibility, man. Before I went to the Navy, that was an option, becoming a truck driver. I didn't know what the fuck else to do. I did a semester in school. I wasn't even doing good. So I was just like, you know, let me just fucking get a job and shit before I end up on academically, you know, dismissed. And then at the time, the Navy was giving you money. Not like the Army, but the Army and the Marine Corps was giving you like $40,000. Do they still give you like $40,000? Yeah, the Army was giving you like $40,000 a year, but they were sending everybody to Iraq. That was the hook. They'll give you $40,000, but then your ass will go to Iraq. So I was like, man, you know what? I can swim. I'm going to the Navy. I'm not going to no damn Iraq, Afghanistan, no shit like that. put me on a fucking boat, no submarines, put me on a boat, and I'll do whatever you want me to do. And I got in and I hated every fucking day of it, man. I hated every single day of it. But looking back though, I miss the people. The people was fun, but the whole culture of the Navy, hurry up and wait, Let's go, we gotta get ready. Then you show up for whatever they wanted you to rush for, and it's like, stand by shipmate, stand by. Like, what the fuck? And then as I've told you, we had a damn, PT Nazi for a commander. The guy was a PT Nazi. 5 o'clock, show up for PT. And this motherfucker would PT until almost, most commands, 8 o'clock. No, for an hour, maybe an hour and a half for you to do PT. And, you stretching. And this motherfucker just wanted to run. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Fuck. Dude, it got to a point when I'm looking to get transferred. I'm looking for a new rate. I'm like, what the fuck? Sure enough, this guy gets involved in something and he ends up having a transfer. So I only had him for a year. So he disappeared, and we got this other black woman. And for those of you guys who've been in the military, oh my God, the Navy, before they switched to the camos, the pants the women used to wear, oh my God, if you had a big old booty, those Navy pants on some of those black women, man, if she had a big old butt, everybody know that girl had a big old butt. Now, this is a woman. This is a grown-ass woman, But she walked in a room, it was just pop, pow, like that big old butt swinging around every time she turned around and shit. That shit was hilarious. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Vapor. Let me see. VPOR. And I enjoyed living in Norfolk, Virginia. What's up, Norfolk, Virginia? It's a good city. Spent a little bit of time too in Pensacola. That's where I fell in love with Pensacola, and I love Pensacola, man. Good people down there in Pensacola. It's basically South Alabama, Pensacola, Florida. Good people down there. Good people down there, man. And good weather, and it's not South Florida, so it doesn't have the South Florida vibe. It's still very, very Americana, Pensacola, Florida. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You said Norfolk sucks? Norfolk wasn't that bad, man. I enjoyed Norfolk. I thought Norfolk was good. I mean, it depends. I mean, I used to hang out. Where's that Bad News? They used to call it Bad News. I always called it Bad News. What's Bad News, Virginia? What's the actual city? God, what's the? Well, anyway, I used to hang out there. Virginia Beach. Always hanging out in Virginia Beach. That was fun too. But yeah, man, I also used to go down to the parties at ODU. Used to go down to the ODU and Norfolk State too. The girls at Norfolk State were hot. So I used to run around all those places, man. Run around all those places. I was everywhere, man. That's one thing I always loved about the Navy is, you just, about the military in general, just running around, having sex, living check to check. You never saved anything because you're always fucking spending money. Fucking random women, and check to check, dude. I never saved a goddamn thing, dude. The only thing in the military you saved up for was probably like the deposit to your car, for the down payment on your car, and then after that, you didn't save shit. Newport. There we go. Newport. Yeah, there we go. Newport News. I just called it bad news. We're going off the bad news. You know. And the thing about Virginia and any type of military town, there's like, oh yeah, we got special military financing, no down payment. And, you know, they have ways to just take it out of your fucking check. Right? They'll just they have this way where they'll go into like the Department of Defense website, set up this like payment arrangement, and they'll just take it out of your fucking check. So I'm thinking that I'm going to get a check and then pay my car note. Next thing you know, I'm looking at this check that's supposed to be a certain amount, and it's like half that shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck happened to my fucking check? You know, so anyway, I ended up canceling the little thing. I found out what they were doing, so I canceled that shit. And I didn't know that the car dealers, right? The car dealers, if you went to one of those, you know, and that was the one I fucked up, is I went to one of those buy here, pay here websites. I mean, not buy here, pay here lots. I again, being young and ignorant, right? 20 years old, just, you know, ignorant. I should have went to a real dealership. These motherfuckers shut my car off, dude. I'm like trying to turn the car on, and it's not like clicking. They turned it off. I'm thinking it's like the battery and shit. And I go back on the boat. We go out to sea for some like training. I come back, my car's gone. They fucking repossessed my vehicle for missing one payment, dude. One payment. Come to find out, I didn't even have like a real loan. I had like a I had a buy here, pay here type shit. You know. But that was a lesson learned, and I learned so much after that about, you know, financing and stuff like that. And that's how, after I left the Navy, I ended up working at a dealership out in Troy. Troy Dodge Chrysler Jeep in Troy, Michigan. I don't know if it's still there or not. I think that's what it's called now. But it was in Troy, Michigan. I was working at the Chrysler dealership over there. And that's where I learned sales. They taught me how to sell, how to, you know, close the deals. ABC, always be closing. You know, learning the tapes and DVDs at the time and all that shit. You know, learn sales. And I was really good at selling cars, man. You can sell cars pretty easily if you know, if you know what you're doing. Yes, indeed. BTCS. Yeah, we talked about BTCS. I don't know what's going on with Bitcoins. And I would love if somebody would explain the technology of Bitcoins, because I don't really understand Bitcoins and how, you know, how exactly they work. And the expression, when people make the expression of, you know, you got to go and mine Bitcoins. What do you mean you have to mine them? That's the thing. I've never understood that. How do you mine a Bitcoin? You see, yeah, Trading Jedi. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by buy a Bitcoin Coinbase? If you want to buy Bitcoin, get Coinbase. What do you? Yeah. Dries is crazy, man. Dries is like, I just leave Dries alone. Reginald, he's talking about RMHB. Rocky Mountain High Brands. What is that? Sounds like a damn cigarette company. Let's see what that's about. RMHB. Rocky Mountain High Brands. Ticker symbol. Okay, OTCQB, which is nice. That's not bad. It's a Dallas-based consumer goods brand development company. Specializes in the development, manufacture, marketing, distribution of high-quality, health-conscious, hemp-infused food and beverage products. Okay. Let's see their website. All right. So this is a recent upgrade. Oh, wow. Website is nice. I like the tea. Okay. Hemp-infused iced tea. That's really interesting. Rocky Mountain High brands. Okay. I like that. I like that. See, they got that presentation together. I like that. Now, of course, you know, the performance of the stock is a different question. Let's spread the chart out a little bit. Here's the showing bearish behavior now. This is a 90-day chart. So actually pretty, you know, it's not a bad entry. I just don't know when it's going to do something again. But it's not a bad entry right now at 039. Not a bad entry. Could break down lower though. What is that? 0.036 is support, which isn't too bad. Well, it looks like it could do something from here. PE of 3.95, so not bad of a PE. Not bad of a PE. All right, I'm definitely gonna put it on my list. I'm gonna definitely put it on my list. I'm gonna put it on my list to watch and see what's going on with that. What's going on with that stock? I'll do some more research on that. RMHB. Yeah, we talked about Groupon. I thought Groupon could maybe find some support here. Maybe Groupon will find some support here, but it's still kind of working its way down, man. Here's a 5-day chart in Groupon, so it looks like it's still got some meat in the bone. It's looking to scav off. So I'm not going to touch Groupon right now until I see, you know, some serious movement toward the higher side. Got some support there, 387. I don't know if it's legit. You know, find out. But that opening today was kind of scary, right? That opening today in Groupon, I mean, it just fell off the roof and kind of came back, but a lot of selling in the morning. And then it recovered and it didn't hold. It was kind of slowly running out of time there toward the end. All right, so I would watch Groupon, though. It's not too bad to watch. 760, what's up?
What's up, Saul? This is Trading Jedi, man. How's it going?
Oh, doing good. How are you?
All right, man. Just on my lunch break at work, listening to your show. You know, always great info, great people. I wanted to take a little bit of time to tell you guys about Bitcoin, and because I know a lot of people in the chat room have questions about that. Yes. I just wanted to kind of go over how you can get your hands on that. The best way that I've seen is if you guys have a smartphone, which I'm sure you do, the best way to actually get your hands on some Bitcoin, besides, you know, buying options or something like that off of it, would be to download the app called Coinbase. You know, there are other apps out there too, but Coinbase is definitely the most reputable, I think it's highly liquid as far as those cryptocurrencies go. Mm-hmm. And what you can do is, you know, just like a trading brokerage, go ahead and connect your bank account to that, set it up in your name, and you can go ahead and buy Bitcoin with U.S. dollars. You can buy other cryptocurrencies too, like Ethereum, which is my favorite because it's newer, it's moving a little faster. It's you know, Bitcoin's expensive. It's like $600, $500 for a coin.
Jeez.
If that's something you're interested in, you know, that's, you know, I'd say if it's like a side investment, something you got on the side, that's cool. I mean, it's kind of a novelty, but just to let you guys know, because I know a lot of people want to know how to get involved with that. Mm-hmm. And it's basically as easy as that. I mean, Coinbase is the best, you could call it a currency exchange, really.
Wow.
But, yeah.
Now speaking of, like a Bitcoin, is it something where you can buy it and then eventually, like if you want to get out, you can get your money back or sell it back to them?
Oh, yeah, that's the whole thing. Just like, think of it like Forex, just for these digital cryptocurrencies.
Oh, wow.
You know, you go in there right now. I don't know what I haven't been following the price, but say Bitcoin's like $550 right now. Mm-hmm. You go ahead and you buy $550. You might charge, you know, just like any there's a spread, just like stocks. So you might end up paying like $5.50 and 50 cents or something off the spread. So MMs can get theirs. And then you hold on to it, you watch it. Imagine it goes to 600. You go ahead and, you know, a couple months later, however long it takes, you just press the sell button just like a stock, and they'll go ahead and take your Bitcoin from you and give you your cash right there. And then you can deposit that cash back into your account. You can reinvest it in other currencies. But that's how that works. It's surprisingly just a lot like any brokerage you'd go through.
Wow.
Yeah, of course, you know, like Bitcoin, if you really were holding it, it'd be pretty boring, honestly, because, you know, when it goes on a tear, it's interesting because people don't know a lot about it. But really, it's just another currency, like another currency trade, in my opinion.
Now
if you guys want to get in, yeah.
Now that new currency you're talking about, what is that exactly about, and why would a new currency come out? What's wrong with Bitcoin that a new one had to come out?
Well, you know, it's just a new space that everyone is. It's really kind of like a new industry, you know. All these currencies that are coming out, it makes it's easier to transfer them over the internet. They're internationally. They're not regulated. They're kind of regulated by a community. So it's just a weird, because the way we think of money and the way that cryptocurrency is, it's really a community-run, open source money, really, that can flow over the internet. And the only thing that gives money value is belief, you know, that people, that we can use it. I mean, I know places, because, you know, I live in California, you can buy a pizza with Bitcoin. You know, there's ways you can use your exchange. It's like Apple Pay, you know, you have a little code, you can pay with stuff. So I mean, yeah, you can actually buy stuff with it too, but right now it's really trading. As far as the Ethereum, that new cryptocurrency, I bought in that when it first got released on Coinbase, and I made a little good profit because it went on a run. Here's something, just a heads up, if you guys, because that's a cheaper one, that's a much cheaper currency, and I noticed, like, with all the interest rate drama from the Fed, whenever that happens and there's interest rate uncertainty, that's when Bitcoin and the Ether go high. So if they don't raise rates, like, you know, there's like a 99% chance that they're going to raise rates priced into the market right now. If they don't, and then the Fed goes back on their word, I can say you can expect to see the cryptos, the Bitcoins, and the Ethers, you can expect to see them rally for sure.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah, so, you know, just the point is, it's not that strange. We trading stocks, seeing the spread, the value. It's pretty straightforward, really.
Okay. Wow. Definitely, man. Thank you so much for that information.
Yeah, no worries, man. I just want to let the team know what's up, and let's get out there and make some money. Yeah, dude, thank you for having me, Saul. You're amazing. You're awesome. The show is great, and just keep up the good work, bro.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the call, man. Call back anytime.
All right. Later.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for that. Look, man, you know, some of you guys are really knowledgeable, man. Some of you guys know so much stuff. Let me drop a bomb for that guy, man. I gotta drop a bomb for that guy. Let me drop one of DJ Clue's bombs for him. Yes, indeed. Drop one of DJ Clue's. And then also he gets a Kids Holler. Yeah, man. Some of you guys are really knowledgeable. I didn't know anything about Bitcoin. Now I know. I know an app called Coinbase, and with Coinbase I can buy and sell Bitcoin and transfer back my dollars to Bitcoin. Now I got a little hustle just in case the Fed decides to not raise interest rates. Try and make, you know, a quick buck buying some Bitcoin. Yes, indeed. Shout out to that guy. Adam said, I forbid anybody from following the hype train. Putting a penny into Bitcoin. You say you've been into Bitcoin for about a year now? I mean, look, you know, in California, man, shout out to people who live in California. They're just on a whole different wavelength than other people, man. That's why California is what it is. You know, that's what it is. You know, the people over there, they think differently. They're on a different wavelength than everybody else, man. That's why all the smart and the intelligent people are over there, because the something about California, man, it's not, you know, it's just a different vibe, a way of thinking that's just bolder than anywhere else. just than anywhere else. That's just a fact, man. When it comes to technology, when it comes to music, film, art, they're just bolder over there, man. They're just bolder. You can't say that about, Kansas. You can't say that about Montana or Massachusetts or, Georgia or something. You just can't even compare. Can't compare. Can't even compare, man. The weather is something else, man. The weather is something else in California, man. Does it ever rain in California? Does it ever rain in California? Southern California? Man, the whole state of California is going to look like Southern California if the developers can get their hands on it. The whole state will look like Southern California just eventually when they can get enough people to go up wherever they need to go. I don't know how you guys buy those houses over there, man. The houses in California, dude. $260,000 for a house. More than that, $350,000, $400,000 for houses that in Michigan will cost you maybe $55,000, $60,000. It's a joke. 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses. These things are like 980 square feet. I mean, these old like World War II houses, right? Built in the 1950s, going for like $350,000. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But people pay. That's the thing. Is like people pay for that shit. And that's why I'm hoping Donald Trump, please get rid of HUD. Please get rid of these loans, because that's going to collapse all these prices that are keeping it up, man. It's a lot of that HUD money that's keeping it up. Oh, man, Travie, the small-ass lawn, yeah, it's a joke of the lawn. And then you got all these water restrictions, so you can't even water your lawn. And a lot of people in California, they rip off their lawn. They just take their grass out and they put like rocks and shit in front of the lawn. Where the lawn used to be, it'll just be like fucking rocks. Because they don't even want to have to deal with the water. It's hilarious. I don't want to smoke. I don't want to smoke on camera. Because, at the end of the day, I do live in America and I am black, and rules can be created, specifically to target people. So I'm never going to smoke, unless I lived in Colorado or Florida or something like that. But I'm in North Carolina and, we don't have that yet. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Said it never rains in Southern California. You guys don't get any rain. But you know what Southern California does have, dude? Hot chicks, dude. Southern California, the girls in California are so fucking hot, dude. So fucking hot. And for a lot of them, you got to have money to, and it's not like, gosh, and I know some people say, like, oh, it's not always about money, but for the typical SoCal girl, it is about money, dude. It is about money for them. I mean, a really hot Southern California chick, it's about money, dude. A lot of them want to be with a guy with a lot of money. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, man. No, I have a rental. I have a rental in Pensacola. I don't live in South Florida. That's the dream, though. That's the dream. That's the dream. South Florida is the dream. That's the dream. I'll be down there, having sex with too many Dominican women, man. I'll be importing all these looking, Tyra Banks looking type chicks from Dominican Republic. All my kids will be called like, Carlos and all type of, I'll be going crazy. Yeah, Houston's cool. I like Houston. Houston's cool too. Houston's cool. A lot of Nigerians in Houston, man. A lot of African people in Houston. I was surprised how many damn African people in Houston. Like, damn, a lot of Africans. A lot of Asian people in Houston too. A lot of Asian people in California. Jeez, a whole lot of Asian people in California, man. Koreans, Thais, Filipinos. And it's so funny because the people in California, they know each one. Like, they can look at somebody and they'll be like, that guy's Korean. That guy's Filipino. Most people can't even tell. They can't tell what somebody is. But people from California, they can like, yeah, he's Korean. He's Japanese. He's Thai. I can't tell. I can't. I'm not that good yet. But people from California, they can tell. Yeah, Samoans. Hey, tell me something about why are Samoans all big as fuck, dude? What is it about Samoans? Have you ever seen a skinny Samoan? I've never seen a skinny Samoan, dude. Samoans are big as fuck. And I've never seen, and even the chicks, the Samoan chicks is big as fuck too. I mean, they're manly looking too. I haven't seen a hot Samoan chick before. Some people said there is hot Samoan chicks. I've never seen a hot Samoan chick. Have you seen a Samoan chick with a fat ass with some big tits? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen a Samoan chick with big tits. Barry Parker, you said your mom is Samoan? Oop, I'm sorry. Dominican Republic, handful of cash, pick the baddest chick with the stupid fat ass. Yeah, man. Those Dominican women are, whew. I swear, man, if I didn't have no values, I would just, move from there and just, they're going to have to kick me out of the country. I'm having so many damn kids over there, man. What one of my favorite rappers talking about one of his songs, slinging that dick like a new jack or whatever. Hell yeah. You say I need Bitcoin to buy snuff videos. Fuck. People still make that shit? Yeah, I've never been on the deep web, man. That's that deep web shit. I've never been on the deep web. That's creepy. It's scary. And that's some shit like the FBI will visit your house. Yeah. I'm telling you, them Dominicans, ooh, too sexy, bruh. Too sexy. It should be against the law to look that good, man. Got that creamy chocolate skin and, they always do their makeup so nice. The skin always be flawless, too. I don't really be having no, bruises or bumps on it. Big old jiggly booty. 510, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, sir, I've been watching your show for a while now, and I just want to thank you for the motivation, man.
Oh, appreciate it, man. Who am I speaking with?
This is A. Brantley.
A. Brantley. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the call, man. If I can ask, when did you start watching me?
I'll say probably the last 3 weeks now, man.
Okay,
I've been on there constantly. I don't really talk. I'm new to stocks, so I'm just trying to learn, get the basics down.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the call, man. Are you looking at any stocks right now you can share with everybody?
Right now, not really. I'm really just reading about it, trying to figure out how to do it,
Sure. Well,
I was going to ask you, do you know recommend any books I should read?
Oh, man. In fact, are you watching me on a desktop computer or laptop?
Yeah, I'm on here right now. I'm at work right now.
Okay. if you want, if you can email me at happypennystocks@gmail.com. I don't know if you're into ebooks, but we have a torrent that we share here with the people in the chat room. It has like 600 books in it, and it's all about, investing, trading, and stuff like that. One of them, just off the top of my head, walk in my trading room or something like that. The author's name is Alexander Elder. Off the top of my head, the name of the book isn't coming to me, but he's a great author. Random Walk on Wall Street is one of them. That's another decent classic. But Alexander Elder has 2 really good books that I think would really help you think about, how to really elevate your trading and how to really get into trading and establishing the trading mentality that you need to really become successful. So if you want, man, send me an email, happypennystocks@gmail.com, and I will send you the link to that torrent so you can download those ebooks. Again, there's like 500, 600 books in there. So it's going to keep you busy. And, all you do, just take out a notepad and some pen and really just kind of go through it, man. And it'll really pay itself back, with dollars and cents. All you got to do is give the time.
Yeah, I hear that. I got another question. So, right now, I got, the whole, when to buy and when to sell. I understand momentum and, the trend, and that's following the trend. The only problem I'm having right now is finding the stocks. I might build what do you call it? Little stock finders, whatever.
Yeah.
The scanners. Yeah, the scanners. I'm not good at that.
Yeah.
How would you go about that to learn how to do that?
Yeah, I mean, just like everybody else, you gotta do the scans, man. And I think when it comes to finding the stocks, the first question you gotta ask yourself is, what kind of stocks do you want to trade? And once you know the kind of stocks, the price levels you want to be at, the kind of volume you want to be trading in, then you're going to be able to find the kind of stocks you're looking for. So I think that's the first question, is what kind of stocks do you want to trade? And once you know that, finding them is relatively easy. That's the first question you should ask yourself, is what do you want to trade?
Okay. Yeah. I got you. All right, man. I don't want to keep up your time. I just want to let you know. I appreciate what you're doing, man.
Not a problem, man. Appreciate it, and call back anytime.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, man. A lot of people ask that question. Is like, what should I trade, or how do I find stocks? And the biggest answer, the number one answer to that is, what do you want to trade? Do you want to trade stocks that are under $1? Do you want to trade? We got people in the chat room, like Bill Betts. I think Bill Betts. Bill, I think you only trade under a nickel? Stocks under a nickel? So he's not even going to look at anything over, 10 cents or over a nickel. You know what I'm saying? Unless the stock went over a nickel and is moving up that high. So you got to find, what do you want to trade? Once you find out what you want to trade, what your parameters are, okay, with volume, price, industry, sector, then you go out and find those stocks that are within your parameters. You learn about them, learn how they run, how they trade, paper trade them, and literally memorize how they work. I mean, you can set up 5, 6 stocks. That's all you trade, and you just look at the charts and you get to know how they play. You don't have to bounce around all the time. We talk about a lot here because many of you guys are in it just for the momentum. You want to get in, get out. But some of you guys, 4 or 5 plays, and that's it. That's all you're trading at any given time, or that's all you want to trade at any given time, right? And you just watch those charts and you play them and how they move. All right? Yes, indeed. He said, if you wonder if you can find deep pumps on the deep web. No, Tristan, the deep web doesn't have any pumps, because a lot of these guys who are pumping are not that deep, dude. They're not that deep. Trust me, the greatest pumpers, if you meet them in person, they're not that they're not that intelligent as you think. I mean, a lot of them are might be some like big old Angelino, type character, deep Italian accent, and these websites, man. The guys behind some of these things, they're old. Most of them are old enough to be your father, and they're not that bright. Still on it. Yeah. You said you like leverage commodities and small cap, low fat floaters. Okay, yeah. See, there it is. You know, you got to find out what you like. You got to find out what you like, and then once you find out what you like, you'll find out the stocks you trade, man. Okay. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, let me find that that book that book we like in here. Hold on. With all the books and stuff like that. I know most of you guys have it, but stock market. But it's got like 600 books, something to that effect. It's got a ton of books, and obviously, you know, go one at a time. You don't gotta, you know, don't bounce through all of them. You ain't gotta do all that. But it's got books on everything from, you know, stocks to futures to options, technical analysis, short selling, swing trading, you know, forex, candlestick chart trading, you know, all that stuff. All that stuff. All right, so that's it right there. I just put it in the chat room. To that, most of you guys already have that collection, and go on eBay, get yourself like a little, you know, $100 tablet. I mean, they're like these 10-inch tablets. I got one of them floating around here somewhere, and I got it for like $100. It's like that. It's called the RCA. I forgot what it's called, but it's a 10-inch tablet. It's almost as big as like one of those Samsung ones. And it's just, you know, all I do is just read, you know, the ebooks on it. And, you know, take your notebook out. Just use your notebook. Just write important things that you just want to be able to memorize. You know, that you can review and edit your trade guidelines, right? So you have a Word document, something saved in your computer somewhere, or maybe in a notebook. That's your guidelines of trading. Right, what to do in the morning, what to do to break down a trade, right? You should have that, and maybe you found something new to add to it and to adjust, and right. So you have your guidelines, what you look for, what, you know, does it make it a good trade? What's your in and out? All that stuff. All that stuff. What product did I first originally bought from Tim Sykes? The first thing I bought from Tim Sykes was his alerts. That was the first thing I bought from Tim Sykes was his alerts. I've never bought a DVD from Tim Sykes ever. You know, once I realized his DVD was all over, you know, Pirate Bay, why buy a DVD for? And that pirated DVD torrent, that didn't come out until later, but years ago, his first few DVDs had already leaked. Like his first DVD had already leaked, and it was like, you know, Tim, you know, the first Tim Sykes DVD, and it already leaked. So it was the torrent to like that one DVD. And as he continued to develop new DVDs, eventually, you know, they made that one that had all of them on there. But yeah, I've never bought an actual DVD from Tim Sykes. Never. Yeah, I signed up for his alerts, and then I went to the chat room where you got all his videos and shit like that. You know. Yes, indeed. What's going on, Erica Looper? What's going on, Erica Looper? So I'm trying to find like some stocks that will run next week. You know, that will run next week. Some real good OTC winners. I mean, something that I can, you know, drop, you know, 1,500, double my money quick for the first 2 or 3 days. For the first 2 or 3 days. So something I can make a quick, you know, 50 to 100% of my money. 50 to 100% of my money. You know, of course, I got BTCS just in case that keeps running. I don't know if it will. MMEG. MMEG, Momentous Entertainment Group. You know, you know, still volume still is kind of sketchy, but I like the fact that, you know, $90,000 was traded in the stock today. And, you know, that's pretty interesting from the 45 that was the day before. So I'm seeing some growing momentum there, and MMEG is on my list because I want to see what's going on there. MMEG. So that's on my list for next week. We had a guy in the chat room give us RMHB, which I like. I think that could be setting up for something. But we had a lot of stocks that, you know, we had put up for maybe some suspicious buying and whatnot on the show yesterday that we gave out. PSID, looks like PSID is pretty much dead. Bill Betts, what happened to iFan, man? What happened to iFan? iFan was doing really good today. I don't know if you're still in the chat room or not, Bill Betts, but what happened to iFan, man? You know, iFan was a situation where it was looking really good and had been looking really good for a few days there. Looks like it was just some hesitation today towards the end of the day. For the most part, it was pretty good. So I wouldn't count out iFan just yet. You know, today what we saw toward the end of the day looks to me, in my opinion, to be some selling that occurred. Parker Mills says a deep well gives you good stocks. Ken, again, I'm not sure, man. It's so sideways. We can't really make a decision yet on marijuana because we didn't see the significant selling we thought we would see, and it's too early to say that people aren't interested in the stock because we had such a interesting catalyst for most of the week, which was the rally and shipping. So I can't say that marijuana is dead or it's no longer an investment because we didn't see that huge selling that we thought we would see. Bill Betts, you said you're waiting for 0005 again? Okay. All right, so Bill Betts is waiting for it to come down to the bottom. iFan. USMJ. USMJ, Northern Cannabis. You know, I'm still patiently waiting for this one. I know, you know, people look at this and think it's a joke. It's a lot, you know, it's got, you know, tons of shares out there and all that shit. But, you know, you really can't, with just $30,000 being traded in the stock, I wouldn't count it out just yet. I know it doesn't have the volume just yet, but at 0004, I've seen this too many times where the stock that, you know, people discount, and I've done it here on the show, that people discount all of a sudden rallies. I mean, we've done that with BTCS. I know for a fact weeks ago that there was somebody that brought up BTCS. I looked at the volume and I was like, you know, and sure enough, what did it do? I know for a fact. I mean, look at this. This is the BTCS chart. I know for a fact somebody brought it up when it was doing nothing at 0007, 0008. Look where the stock is now. You know, look at where the stock is now. You know, and it looks just like USMJ. Let's zoom in. I mean, look, this is what USMJ looks like now. This is what BTCS looked like. You know, this is October 27th. This is like 2.5 weeks ago. I know some of you guys are not patient, but I know you can do 2.5 weeks of waiting. I know you can do that. All right? So I will no longer discount what these stocks will do, man. Look how shitty that stock looked. And look what it did. It was doing nothing here. 777, dude. 777. And just to think, if you got in at 777, right, and now it's at what, 0061? 0061. Let me see here. 0061. Let me see here. Let me do the math on that. 0061, and then you got in at 777. That's a 771% return. That's a 771% return. Now, obviously, when it comes time to closing your position, you're not just going to dump it all on the market. You have to sell in blocks. You'd have to sell in blocks because you have, let's say you had a $500 position. You got so many shares that you couldn't just dump it on the market. You'd have to sell it in blocks. You probably could just dump it, though. You probably could just dump it. You might actually see a little hit on the stock, though, because of what you did. But preferably, the right thing to do would be to sell it in blocks. You know, that's a 700% return. And somebody do the math. What is $500? 771% up. Multiplied by, increased by 771%. Can somebody do that math real quick, please? $500 increased 771%. I know somebody in here is really good at math. Bill Betsy said he had a trip in the eights. All right, $4,300. That's a pretty good return for 2.5 weeks. All right, 38. Okay, we got some funny math going on here. 38.55, and you got 43.55. Okay, it's 38.85. God damn, all y'all come up with. Oh man, different answers. So it's somewhere between 38.55. Okay, 38.55. Oh, 38.55. 38.50. Okay. So 38.55. That's not bad for 2 weeks of work. Yeah, minus the original 500. Yeah, that's right. But that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not what? 500 divided by 0.00 times what? Gerardo, how do you get that? $38.55. It's 30. I think it's 38.55. All right. So when I look at USMJ, at 0004, I'm not going to shit on that stock, man. I'm not going to shit on that stock again. Look at USMJ at 0004. I don't know what it's going to do. I don't know when it could pop. It's got a lot of shares out there floating. That's probably maybe a little bit too much. Needs another split probably too. Needs another share decrease. But still, man, that's crazy. That these stocks, even at this point, can still run like that. Let me see this. DLCR, Keybush Capital Corp. This stock took off today 130%. It was interesting to see some increased volume come into the play today. Let me see here. Really interesting to see that volume come in on DLCR. Really interesting to see that volume come in on the play. Let me see here. MGTI just will not die, man. Who keeps playing this shit? I don't know who keeps playing this MGT stock. I mean, the company came on, basically told you the scam was the company is a scam. But people still buying the stock. MGTI. You guys remember MGT from the high flying NASDAQ days, and then they got delisted. NASDAQ told them, you need to start presenting to us, what do you have? They got kicked off NASDAQ and they came to OTC markets. They couldn't respond to what NASDAQ was asking. They just said, okay, we'll just leave. We'll just leave. Gerardo, you said you got 500 USMJs. You're stuck in there? Okay. It's interesting. Yeah, you said in May you were trading ONCI at 005. Now it's at 0006. That's crazy. They must have, got some financing in there that some people dumped some shares. Some people dumped some shares. All right, that's always something you gotta look into. All right, because convertible debt is a real issue. You gotta look on the chart for convertible debt. Okay, is this something that they can turn around and dump shares on the open market for? Gotta be careful of that. Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. MGT, MGTI, yeah. You're saying it's got Bitcoin mining now? My screen is not updating. My screen is not updating? What do you mean my screen is not updating? Looks like the stream is fine, man. Hey, I spent a lot of money getting this thing right. The screen is not updating. Erica, let's say you have $5 and looking at 000. How many shares can you get? $500, you can get a lot. All right. 14.66%. I'm looking at some other things that might pop off this week. This stock, still does. It has a very loyal following. Strikeforce Technologies, man. Strikeforce Technologies is knocking on the penny. It's knocking on the penny again. And 4% gain today. Will it ever get back to what it was toward the end of October? Here's the 3-month chart of SFOR. And is it trying to do something again? I mean, it got back to its launch point, and sure enough, it's trying to start over again. It's trying to start over then. SFOR at 0072, and look, I don't know if it'll get back to 2 cents again, but I know that was a good trip for the people who got up the first time. 2 days ago, the stock was at 0044. Now it's at 0042. They're about to double their money. And we'll see if Strikeforce Technologies is trying to do the damn thing again. So SFOR has got to be one that I add on the list as well. It's got to be one I add on the list as well. Let's see that. I'm looking for like a played out. I know we had all the USMG, but a played out OWCP today. This is a stock that was moving quite aggressively during the whole marijuana boom, but it wasn't able to maintain those highs, or for the most part, its momentum these last several weeks, these last 2 weeks in particular. But a 17% gain today was really interesting in OWCP. So volume isn't what it used to be. Volume is still not what it used to be in the stock. Obviously, you had a lot more buys in 2 weeks ago than you had, than you have now. But OWCP is one to still kind of browse around every so often just to check on and see, because this does move silly when it does move. For those of you guys who remember OWCP and what it used to do. You said the chat. What's wrong with the chat? What's wrong with the chat? Okay. There it is. Something wrong with the chat? It should be good to go now. You said it wasn't updating, huh? All right. Should be good to go now. Yes, indeed. All right. Yes, indeed. All right. So let me see here. What do we have? Some other things that I'm looking for. Again, looking for suspicious volume. Stocks that are slowly creeping up on volume as well as trades. You can find pretty good gainers. And I'm using OTC Markets, the actual OTC website for small cap or nano cap stocks. I'm looking for, stocks preferably below 10 cents. Random, names that are familiar to me, names that are down from previous volume levels, which could be a sign that they're not just necessarily losing momentum, but they're just, currently down. But they've been pumped before. SGBY is one of them. SGBY is a stock that, down recently, but we'll see if that's legit. I don't like it at that price, though. I don't like it at that price. I'd have to see SGBY come down a little bit for it to make a safer bet for me. But SGBY is one you always kind of watch, because it does, it can put up a 50% day. Just, out of nowhere sometimes. It just does that. So I put that on the list to watch for next week. You've already got the list from yesterday of some really good picks. We talked about OCLN and Origin Clear. Again, I talked to you guys about their shitty marketing strategy, but they could get it fixed. But again, I would make sure that the company doesn't have significant convertible debt out there. And you'll be able to read that in the 10K. But OCLN might be they could get their act together soon. Because the fact that they got now, as you see here, they went through some kind of pump here out of nowhere. But that's you don't really want to see this. These are not. That's not cool when you just see some shit like that. Azure, I want to say they did a stock split. Azure, or maybe they just naturally grew up here. This used to be, I think they did a stock split. Azure Capital, or maybe they didn't. Azure is a oil and gas. Well, not they're more of a natural gas play. Azure, AZUR, OTCQB. This was a stock that was heavily beat up, and this is a former NASDAQ stock. It's a former NASDAQ stock that just got beat up to a point. No, actually, former New York Stock Exchange. This company used to be on the New York Stock Exchange, and they got delisted. And then they went down to the OTC markets. But as you can see here, this stock used to trade at $22, $23 a share. $25 a share with good volume too. This was March of 2015. But after the crash of natural gas, and it just couldn't sustain itself. It couldn't sustain itself, and that's Azure Midstream Partners for you. But AZUR is the stock, and it looks like it's moving up. But when natural gas returns, this could be a nice move for somebody. It could be a nice move for somebody. So that's Azure, Azur, Azur. And if I remember correctly, it's a conglomerate of a couple companies in one. And yeah, if you go to the website, Azure Midstream Partners, it's a fee-based, growth-oriented midstream energy company offering natural gas and processing of crude oil logistics services in core producing areas in the United States. Azure combines unparalleled leadership, talent with strong financial resources to identify, successfully develop, and operate midstream energy infrastructure opportunities. Yeah, so that's Azure, Azur. That's a good stock. Down 15% today. So it was rallying up, man. It was rallying up based on the changes of natural gas that are going on. So I wouldn't discount Azure just yet because it is a legit company. I mean, this is a stock that, not too long ago traded on the New York Stock Exchange. They got real shit going on here. This is not a paper company. All right. 206, Mr. Lloyd, what's up, man?
What's up? What you doing on the air without a beer in here, man? I don't understand. This is Friday.
Oh no, we got the beer, man. We got the beer.
Oh man,
it's almost gone.
Oh my, no, it looks like it's steaming over there, man. What you drinking? Hot beer?
Nice and cold, man. Nice and cold.
All right, hold on 1 second, man. I got the speaker on. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
Sorry about that, man. I'm being Mark the steward up in the kitchen right now because
what are you making?
My wife, huh?
What are you making?
Oh man, I made a peach cobbler. I made some. I usually try to alternate because my wife's Asian, so I try to make it an American week and Asian week. So right now I'm making ginger, lemongrass ginger dried noodle bowl. You Vietnamese? You eat Vietnamese food?
Yeah, I've gone to eat some Vietnamese restaurants before.
Okay, yeah. So I made a dried noodle bowl.
Usually ask me if I'm Vietnamese. Are you Vietnamese?
Oh no, my wife is Filipino, but yeah. I try to cook, every other week. Try to change it up, so from Vietnamese to Thai to Chinese. Then I go back to American, and so I got to cook to survive, man. You know what I'm saying? My wife don't cook, but she cleans though, which is good. But hell, I got to cook, man, because going out to eat is an arm and a leg.
Yeah, it's expensive, for two people, especially when they eat good.
Yeah. So I bought this that Nordak grill. Remember I told you about that?
Yeah. We saw that little video. Yeah.
Damn near had to get some oxygen up in me because of CO2 or not. Did I say CO2, man? I must be fucked up. Carbon monoxide. So I made I grilled the chicken. Next thing I know, I came down and was smoking. I started to black out for a minute.
What?
Oh man, it was crazy. I think I put too many wood chips up in there.
Oh shit!
But damn fire detector didn't even go off. So yeah, man. So how was your stock day?
It was good, man. Not nothing special really today. Kind of really looked around, played a little bit of options today, but didn't really see no real setups, man. In the OTC, I missed out on BTCS today.
Right.
The rebound on AUPH was pretty decent. So there were a few other things that are going on, but I was kind of distracted on some other things. I didn't really see a play for me today. So
right.
Kind of
you know what? I woke up this morning. I said, let me go take a look at dries, and I started to put $600 in there for my Robinhood account. I was like, what? Let me go ahead and take a chance. I said, no. I might be holding the bag. I'm already holding enough.
Yeah, man, they're still playing around, halting the stock and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about dries anymore.
So I didn't want to come on the show like, damn, so I got another fucking bag, man. I can't tell how much luggage I got. I mean, I got so much luggage, I might as well be at the fucking department store.
What are you like? Okay, what are you in right now? Like, are you still doing the option thing or not really?
No, I haven't traded options. Remember, I told you I was trying to consolidate.
You're just practicing. Okay, yeah, you're right.
And you know what's so funny? You know, and this is why I'm glad that I met you, man. Because what's so funny is when like I told you, when I first started, I started buying these 001 plays, and what you taught me is that when people are trying to get out of plays, they'll pump them up, and so they can give people the new bags. So I was one of those people they gave the new bags to. Now I'm holding on to the next pump. So all my money, not all my money, actually, I probably got about 5,000 left tied up. But you know what's funny? I emailed the INNV, what do you call it? Public relations. I was pretty upset, man, because they came out with the 8K today, and the 8K, they don't really specify what's changing in their presentation. So one thing that I always look for in that presentation is the timeline of when the Foodie Care approval. Okay. Well, in July, it was there on page 17, but it disappeared now because they were anticipating FDA approval at the end of the quarter, which would be December. And today's 8K, the shit's gone. So, you know, that really upsets me. I sent them an email like, look, man, I got thousands of dollars into your company. I don't understand why would you take out this timeline. I mean, I got in on this trade based on the timeline. Now that you remove this, what is this supposed to mean? So, you know, you guys, I love my INV. I mean, I fell in love with it. Yeah. However, I'm starting to feel like it's just another penny play, man. Even though they have real products in the store, I feel like it's just another penny play because there is no communication as to why that thing was removed. And another thing, man, so I decided to call in when they did the earnings. I decided to participate, and I said, I'm going to call in and ask a question. Motherfuckers didn't even get to me, man. I think that shit was like pre-selected on who they was going to ask. So have you ever tried to get in the conference call and try to ask a question?
Yeah, I have, and you know, I've gotten through. I mean, but they were, you know, not OTC companies, so it's actually kind of interesting that an OTC company had a over the phone conference call for earnings, because typically you won't see that. Okay. But for them to do that, yeah, that is kind of a little bit shady, because most OTC companies, 99.9, would not do an over-the-phone conference call unless they were maybe like one that got delisted or something like that, where it's you know, part of the you know the trend. But an OTC Pink or QB company, that they typically never do that.
Right. And now I'm in a dilemma because I think they reissue more shares to pay off the rest of the public offering. So as far as the convertibles, so I'm a little nervous because I sent them ask another question. So what's going to happen to the price per share if this goes through? And as much as I'm trying to get my money out of there, I'm contemplating: do I take a $600 loss or just continue to ride the wave until the end? Because
let me ask you, Mr. Lloyd, when you were on the call, right? When you selected to ask a question, did they ask you what your question would be before you caught on?
It said press pound, so basically raise your hand by pressing pound or star or something like that, and then I heard a beep.
Yeah, but they could have still had pre-selected people that, you know, calling from certain numbers, they would take their calls.
Right. And so they had some investment firms. It was just some cheesy ass questions, and at the end he's like, "Okay, well that's the end." That was like 5 questions. So I don't know, man. I mean,
that's not, because every question is supposed to be answered on a call. If you have on a call, no matter what the company, I mean, if you listen to some of these like NASDAQ calls, they can go on for a while from people answering question. So they're supposed to answer every single question. There's no time limit on the call. You know what I'm saying? It's the CEO going through whatever. And for the fact that they got off like that, that tells me that could have been set up, man. That really could have been.
Yeah, so anyways, man, I'm going to do some studying this weekend. I'm so excited I got approved for for options. I didn't know how hard it was going to be, man. I thought it was going to be easy. And these brokerages is not going to give you everything you want if you ain't putting a lot of money in. So I felt like when you find out your credit score.
Yeah.
That's how excited I was when I found out I got options, man. I was crying, and I wasn't crying, but anyways, man, no chicken tonight.
Oh no, man, we eating chicken, man. I don't know if you just tuning in, but yeah, we got the fried chicken ready to go, man. Oh yes, indeed.
All right, man. All right. Well, let me get back to burn up the kitchen, man. But I'll tune in as much as I can. Unfortunately, when I went to Florida for that month,
yeah,
I ignored my wife, I ignored my mama, I ignored everybody for a whole month just to study stocks. So I'm just basically trying to
catch back up, right?
Yeah, do some makeup. And you guys, man, I know these things can be very exciting, man. And just like you said yesterday, you can't even hold a conversation with your friends for half an hour, but you can talk to somebody about some stocks for
2, 3 hours, 4 hours. Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
So just remember your loved ones, man, because they're not going to really understand why what is so exciting about this, and sometimes you got to come back to reality. So don't get no divorce over this, man, because you're gonna have less money to invest with. So cool, man. Well, thanks and for the good week, man. And I will see you either this weekend or Monday.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much for calling.
Day.
All right. So there it is, Mr. Lloyd, for the call, ladies and gentlemen. And he's absolutely right, man. When you got family in your life, don't neglect them, because I know that, again, you got people around you who, again, you in your circle, you can't even really talk to like that, but you can come on my show and, chill with us for hours and hours and hours talking about this because you love it so much. All right. But you can't neglect the family, man. You can't neglect the family. So try to spend some time with these people. I know you can't go crazy, losing your mind talking about stocks. Richie Rich, it's so interesting. Connor actually uses SureTrader. Somebody in the chat room was talking about vape. Vape is out of vape. It looks like vape looks like it's setting up something here. I don't know. But yeah, they got to get their paperwork together. AMMJ, man. AMMJ, it's a stock that, has been doing its own thing. Red day today. Actually, red day for, a couple days now. I think two days in a row. Red day for AMMJ. Actually, 3 days in a row, which isn't too bad because could be setting itself something, for something else. But AMMJ was a runner for a long time. This was one of the more aggressive weed runners. As you can see, AMMJ started out from the pennies, man. AMMJ started out for the pennies in early September. AMMJ started taking off and literally went from a nickel to a high of $2. A nickel a share to a high of $2. AMMJ. So, that buy and hold philosophy, time and time again proves you right in, in OTC pennies. And again, it's just, the patience is it's hard, man, because as you can see here, I mean, if you had gotten this in March, it wasn't doing nothing. April, it wasn't doing nothing. June, it wasn't doing nothing. How would you have known? You know what I'm saying? You almost had to be like just in on it, or just knew something of it, or you just caught it when it was running and you decided to commit and join the party. Yeah, Connor was saying the setup was rocky for SureTrader, and sure enough, I have an account with SureTrader, but I've never funded it. And I remember I had to send a picture of my passport like 2 or 3 times because they said, like, make sure you get the signature part in it, and just a whole bunch of like stupid shit. Like, ain't nobody trying to scam and open up a brokerage account, man. What the type of shit is that? But one of the things I do like about it is that the fact that I think they still have the no PDT rule, and you can short penny stocks. So you can short these small OTC companies, and I don't believe they have the 250 rule. So if the stock is 93 cents and you want to short it, you short it for 93 cents. You know, you might want to verify that information, but I'm pretty sure, you know, they have the PDT rule, but I'm not sure if they do have the 250 rule or not. I'm not sure. Not sure. FTR? What is FTR? Oh man, FTR, Frontier this is this is an interesting play. It's very bearish. FTR is a cable company. Is the government in the United States has, you know, little ways of being able to create, you know, businesses in these dominant sectors like cable and telecommunications, where the small player who's at least got, you know, some significant capital to work with can at least somewhat compete, but they're not even, you know, anywhere near capable of being able to compete with the big boys like Time Warner and Charter and Verizon and whatnot. So Frontier has a couple cities here and there that they operate in, and they're a cable provider, but for the most part their services are expensive, they suck, they're slow. I've read the reviews on Frontier, and you know, as you can see here, this is a 6-month chart. I think, actually, this is a 1-year chart. It's a 1-year chart on the stock, and you know, it is what it is from Frontier. I mean, I think they have like a 30 megabyte plan that's like $69.99. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You can go to their website and, you know, do the math on them. They just don't have products that they can compete with. This is a 30-day chart. Do you like it for a purchase or a short? Because I don't like it for I just wouldn't even fuck with the company, honestly. I wouldn't fuck with the company, honestly. Grow Life, PHOT. PHOT is a stock that's been pumped several times. It will be pumped again, you know, one day soon. Just catch it at a bottom, really, and be patient. Catch it at a bottom and be patient. PHOT. That's a 3-month. Let's see a 6-month. So 6 months says that, you know, we got some people holding. As you can see here, it's a lot more stable than it was in the past. I do see some dumps here and there, though. Still got a lot of people still dumping here and there. You know, Grow Life, you know, it's, I don't know, just based on that chart, man, I'd probably do something else, just because it's just, again, when I look at a chart and I can't tell what the stock is doing, I don't know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? If I can't tell what the stock is doing, I don't know what I'm doing. So I just leave it at that. I'd rather be in one of those things that we just talked about on USMJ, where it was just dead and nothing's moving, than this. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. So 510 Ambrently, if you like it, let me know. You said you got 10,000 shares in it. All right, that's what's up, man. You sent them your ID, college student ID, birth certificate, proved it easily. Yeah, Mario meant. So Mario, are you trading on SureTrader right now? And do you like it? Do you like the platform and shit like that? I think they do have a mobile app, right? SureTrader. I think they might have a mobile app. I mean, I guess the $4.99, $4.95 trades are fine. I like the fact that you can load the account with a credit card or a debit card, so that's pretty cool. Not having to worry about the wire transfer. You can just simply load it up with a card and be ready to go the next day. So that's what's up. He said, if everybody named Mama have vape, is that a great buy? Let me see. Well, the thing about vape, I heard somebody in the chat room say that the company is out of compliance with paperwork. Let's in fact verify, and that is true. The company is out of compliance with paperwork. I do see here they are missing the August 10Q, so they're missing their latest quarterly reports. I mean, they are a OTC Pink company, so they technically just need to submit some kind of filing showing recent financials, and they have not done so. So you're at risk of possibly being halted trading the stock. So I wouldn't play it, until they get the filings in, just because there are a lot of people out there who will not play the stock when the company's out of compliance with financial reporting, because you do risk being halted. So it's just not worth playing. It's just not worth risking your capital. You said FTR will blow after business stabilizes. Frontier, I don't know, man. I mean, Trading Jedi. Look at the Frontier website, man. Their products are just not competitive. When you're looking at 30 megabytes a second for $59.99, and I can tell you right now, with Charter or Time Warner or Comcast, $59.99, you can get 100 megs. You can get 100 megs with a competitor. That's not good for business, man. And they're giving you the same thing for 50, or actually 30 megabytes. They don't even have 50 everywhere. I looked into Frontier for months ago, and it's just not competitive. And as I showed you the 6-month chart all the way down, and it's going to keep going down. I just think the business, they just don't have it. They're not competitive. But if you see something different, let me know. If you see something different, you said Frontier's in Tampa and it's good? Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, they're doing their best. Let me see. What's that? I used to be in this company here, Cincinnati Bell. If you guys remember way back when, Cincinnati Bell. Let me see here. Did they reverse split? Because they used to be a lot cheaper. Did they reverse split? Cincinnati Bell, they must have reverse split, man, because I think they were cheaper than this. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, they did reverse split. I'm like, this used to be a $4 stock. What the fuck happened? Yeah, Cincinnati Bell did a reverse stock split a month ago. Yeah, I was in this months ago at like 4 something. That's why I'm like $20. Why is it a $20 stock? This used to be like a $4, $3 stock. And they did a reverse split. Cincinnati Bell, $20 now. Okay. All right. It is what it is. Okay. I mean, yeah, I only have $500. Vape went from 20 to 2 cents with no paperwork, no bull. You said you made 7 G's with $500. California's gonna get weirder since they legalized pot growers. Only scared so much now. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to California and recreational marijuana, man. It's going to change the way everything is done in California, man. When somebody walking up the street has got a blunt in their hand, it's going to be crazy, man. It's going to be really, really crazy to see. Obviously, they're going to license the shit out of it. So if you're going to want to be a grower, you're going to spend a ton of money to get into the business. Which is sad because, that doesn't do a good job of destroying the underground drug economy. You know what I'm saying? If you want to eliminate drugs, just decriminalize it and let anybody who's anybody sell, buy, and promote weed. You know what I'm saying? When you legalize it, but you still restrict its use and, its proliferation, right? By you need like $100,000 worth of paperwork and financing to get a license. That's That's bullshit, man. That doesn't get rid of the $10 dime bags. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get rid of the $10, $20 dime bags that are fucking up kids out here, you know what I'm saying? Legalize it completely. Just open the doors. You would put those guys out of business entirely. You put them out of business. All right? Because why fuck with the guy, my drug guy, the weed man, who I don't really talk to, who all I see is, hey, what's up, man? Hey, you got this? Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, thanks, man. See you. Talk to you later. When I can just go freely down to the local dispensary and get good quality shit, and not even having to fuck with a weed man. 510, you're on the air.
Hey, so I think I got a ticket for you.
What's up?
It's SPLS.
FELS?
No, S is in Sarah, P as in pirate, L as in low,
Uh-huh.
S as in Sam.
FPLS.
No, S. SPLS.
Oh, SPLS. Okay. SPLS. Staples.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Okay. Went to Pluto recently here. Now, what was responsible for that? I mean, it's a nice little run here. 850 to 960 in the last today alone. What happened there?
I think it was the earnings.
Okay.
Play.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. I do see earnings here. Took off early this morning. Had the stock running crazy. Good volume too.
I got it last month. I got it in around like $7 and some change.
Oh wow. Now I got to ask you: Do you foresee this continue to run, or do you think there's going to be a pullback here, or it could do an AMD and just kind of keep going?
I believe it's going to keep going, especially after Christmas.
Yeah.
I think it's going to keep going up. 'Cause right now, pretty much they're like an office supply store, and then if you're in Northern California, when you need to buy a pencil or paper or whatever, you go to Staples.
Okay.
Pretty much all around, except for like Walmart and everything.
Right. Okay. Staples, man. Yeah, they took off today. It looks like it's been a nice trend for the stock. Nice. What is that? 2 weeks for the stock so far. So not bad for Staples. Looks like it's trying to touch 10 there. High of 979. Close right next to its high. So it could be seeing a continuation on next week. $6 billion company.
Yeah. And they pay dividends too, so that's another plus.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a plus. And I don't know what the date is for the next one, but dividend payments, stocks tend to increase on its way towards the next dividend payment. So yeah, that's a good thing. Okay, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the call.
No problem.
Yes, indeed. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Staples from that guy. Sounded like Travie. I should have asked him who it was. Sounded like Travie, but I know it wasn't Travie. But yeah, ka-ching for that one. Staples. Nice play. Not a cheap stock. Not a cheap stock, though. Not a cheap stock. But it's moving. You said recreational licenses won't be issued until 2018? Man. See, that's some bullshit right there. That's government for you. I can't see. That's why I had a lot of people emailing me, calling me a coon for voting for Trump, man. And look, that guy, he's a racist motherfucker, man. Like at the end of the day, let's just be honest, man. He's got some racist ass motherfuckers that he's putting up in these positions. But I'm gonna deal with you another time. Do what you say you was gonna do and get rid of these laws that make business difficult to do. Do that. We gonna deal with the racism part later. Do what you said you were gonna do and make business easier to be done in America. Let's get rid of all these, let's get rid of the FDA or the laws that make it difficult to import drugs from other countries. Let's get rid of the huge time, barriers that result in these drug companies being able to, perform the work that they need to do to create these new drugs. They have to go through processes and paperwork. If they got to use lab tests, they can only, kill a certain type of animal or it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just do what you said you were going to do. He's already backpedaling on a lot of shit. Already. First it was to lock her up. Well, backpedaling on Hillary. Hillary's going to be just fine. They're not going to touch Hillary. I sincerely doubt it. They're not going to touch Hillary. What else is he backpedaling on? The Obamacare. He's backpedaling on that one because he understands that some pharmaceutical companies make big bucks on Obamacare, believe it or not. Some of them do. Most of them don't. All right, most of them don't. But there's some things that he might, toss away with. Also, I got a hat coming, Make Your Account Great Again hat. It's going to be the Trump hat, but it's green. I should have that next week. Make Your Account Great Again. It's going to be a green hat, just like the Make America Great Again. It's going to be green. So you guys going to be able to order that through the website. 734, you're on the air.
Hey, this is Kim. I wanted to know, what is the most a person should put on staples?
You said what's the most somebody should put on staples?
Yeah, what's a good amount of money to put on that?
Well, give me an example. Let's just like if I had
$500.
$500 in the account?
Yeah.
If you have $500 on the account, then I wouldn't. With $500, I don't know if that would be worth playing with $500. Just to be honest with you.
Okay, so what is worth playing then?
With $500, I honestly wouldn't play any stock more than $1 with $500.
Okay.
If you have $500 in the account, I would not play any stock over $1 because your cost basis, it wouldn't make sense for you to play a $9 stock.
It don't make sense.
It wouldn't make sense. I mean, adding the cost of the trade, which is $10, that's already almost 10%. Well, not 10%, but almost 5 point something percent, and then it wouldn't make sense for you. For the return and the cost just wouldn't add up.
Well, what makes sense then?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. A stock under $1, preferably, because with a stock under $1, let's say you're using, a position of $150 position, maybe even a stock under 50 cents, really, you're still able to buy enough where, a good percentage gain will be able to make up your cost of the trade and generate profit for you. Because you got to remember, what broker are you going through?
Trade. What is it called? Wait a minute. TD Ameritrade.
Okay, so TD Ameritrade is $9.99 for you to buy a stock, right? And
right.
Then $9.99 for you to sell. So that's $20 right there. All right. I'm not good at math, but I don't know what that percentage is. But it wouldn't make sense for you to buy a $9 stock, which, with $500, then maybe you only getting, what is that? 30 shares, 40 shares. Right,
okay.
of a decent position that doesn't usually. Right, so I think you're seeing the math. Yeah, you're seeing the math.
Yeah, I got it now. I'm sorry, I didn't even get it. So right. I think I got it now.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So stick under stocks under $1 if you can, and you're willing to be a little more risky. Stay under 50 cents.
Well, what about that one you was talking about earlier? Diane somebody.
Which one? It was two of them.
It was a DRX.
Yeah, it was DCX. No, I think was it DRX?
DRX, let me see.
Oh no, it was Diana something.
No, it was, I don't know.
Yeah, it was DSX. DSX which was $3.47.
What about that?
And then this would be good. This would be all right. I mean, if you took a 100-share position, but again, you're gonna need to stay in the stock for a minute in order for you to generate a return good enough for you to again overcome your slippage, which is your cost of the trade.
Okay.
Because you got to remember, you got to add in the cost of your return. When you add your returns, you got to add in the cost of your trade. All right, so you're already in the red based on your cost.
Okay.
All right, so 2-3% on $200 is just, it's not going to get it done. So that's why.
No, I'm trying to figure out how much money will get it done. I'm just guessing, so I just use $500. What would you recommend? 1,000?
No, $500 is fine. It's just saying stay with $500, right? But take $150 positions, right, on stocks that are cheaper than 50 cents.
Okay, cheaper than 50 cents.
Cheaper than 50 cents. Take those positions, maybe $150 positions. Hold them. Look, you're doing maybe a buy and hold strategy. Maybe you become like a momentum thing where you're looking for stocks that are under serious momentum, that are moving aggressively. That's where you're going to be able to make up those percentage gains and be able to make some money that's beyond your slippage and is going to turn into some profit for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
I hope I didn't scare you off, Kim. I'm trying to get you to understand the value, right? The value return. I don't know if I did a good job of explaining that to her, but I think you guys get it, right? I think you guys get it, but with $500, it really, it really wouldn't make sense for her to play a $9 stock. I mean, did you guys get what I was trying to say? I hope you guys, you got it, because you can play pennies, man. You can play if you got $500, you shouldn't be playing anything outside of the low end of the NASDAQ. Stocks like Gale, Gevo, and stuff like that. Like, for example, she just got off the phone. A stock like Gevo, which is losing money, is probably. Let me find a dirt cheap stock that I think would be good for her. All right, a stock like Gevo, though, if it found bottom, it actually wouldn't be too bad. Let me find. Let's find a stock for her. A good stock under 50 cents. She's got $500 to work with. Something she can put her money in. And Kim, at least 4 weeks, because you only got $500. So unless it's a serious momentum play, you got to be in there for a minute. Now, I prefer an OTC play because we're not dealing with the idea of price compliance with NASDAQ, and we're not dealing with possible bankruptcy situation. When we talk about OTC, we might be, it could be a bankruptcy situation that could come up on any time. And we could also be talking about dealing with the whole compliance issue of not dealing with the $1 that can hurt her as well. Let me see here, CYTR. I'd have to figure out what's going on. All right, CYTR. I'd have to figure out what's driving. Okay, see, CYTR, 58 cents a share. It's at a breakout price right now. All right. CYTR. Let me zoom in a little bit better than that. Let me see here. There's got to be another way I could zoom in a little bit better. It broke down. Looks like it's willing to break out. God. Sorry, guys. That's the 5-day. See, the 5-day doesn't look too bad. Hold on. There's got to be a way I can look. Okay. Well, this is a little bit spread out more than I like it to. But CYTR, this is 2 weeks right here. This is about 2 weeks. All right, so it's slow enough to where it's still kind of moving, but still cheap enough where She's getting some gains. Like today was 5% gain right now on the stock on 3 cents, 5%. So that would make sense for her. 609, you're on the air.
What's going on, Big Sal?
Hey, what's up with you, man?
Not much, man. This is Money Game. This is Craig G, man.
Yeah, I definitely heard. I could tell now. I'm starting to learn your voice.
Yeah. Kim was just asking a lot of questions in the room, and she just kind of, knew. So, some of the guys was just giving us some information, and that's why we got on the subject of vape. But I think you kind of might need to give her, the link to the Discord where she can really come in and really like ask a bunch of questions because she just knew. Yeah. That's all. And that, she's just looking for something to put her money into, and she just needs some good advice. And vape wasn't, I felt that vape wasn't good enough for her. She's not experienced, man, so you can't give her something like vape. Yeah. Vape is, delinquent on the paperwork. She needs something,
Exactly.
She needs something that's gonna, that she's gonna be able to get into and kind of grow with. She doesn't want anything that's delinquent. She doesn't want anything that's, running into some problems. Yeah. So, I mean, of course, we can, there's a lot of people in the Discord, that. So she probably would be better off just coming in there. I mean, we could give her a ton of shit, and hear it. But I mean, it would be more one-on-one. Yeah. As opposed to, I didn't want to, she was getting the information from one of the guys in the room, and he was giving her vape. But I mean, come on, man, that's for more experienced traders.
You don't want to give somebody like like her vape because she might wake up in the morning that $500 is gone.
Gone.
Exactly. So that's a good NASDAQ play. That's looking to break out or something like that. That would be some more her thing. But it's got to be under $1, something she can get in. With a $200, $180, position, still have enough shares where she, if it has a good day, she's still walking away with profit for the cost of the trade as well as something to add to her account.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. So what's going on? How was your trading day, man?
That was good, man. Just another day on the market. I nothing for me really. I didn't, I played with some options, but missed out on BTCS. I had too much doubt and pulled out. Didn't make a move, but good, trade for a lot of people. But other than that, I'm looking forward to next week and doing some research and seeing what's going to break out.
Right now, are you looking, sectors? Are you looking at something, some sectors that might possibly break out? Or?
The thing about it is like, I'm trying to see if commodities are oversold. We had some people in the room today talking about natural gas. Silver, gold, they've all sold off huge. Now we're getting into points where we might be talking about oversold, but some people are saying this is just the beginning. So, a lot of people are pointing towards technology. So I've been looking at a lot of internet-based companies, Internet of Things type companies that are, really anything about, CRM type stocks.
Nobody mentioned anything about retailers being at the time because I remember, man, you was in the Discord. You did mention JCPenney. I was watching them.
Yeah. JCPenney is doing. Let me see. JCPenney. I know it's. Let me see here. JCPenney. Again, not the cheapest of stock, but I think it could definitely break up higher as that's looking to break out here soon. JCPenney. So yeah, I'm definitely watching JCPenney as well. Earnings was pretty decent for the stock.
It's a little bit higher, but and I like to play the the cheaper shit. But I was thinking maybe something in retail around this time of the year. I remember you had said something the other day. You said something about the Santa Claus effect or something like that.
Yeah, the holiday effect. The holiday effect.
Yeah. You were saying something about that.
Yeah, about the idea that stocks that are bought, before holidays tend to run really aggressively. But when you talk about right now, like JCPenney. I like GoPro, which, but again, the good retail stocks that are going to accumulate and really do well, they're not necessarily cheap. That's the only thing. They're only a more higher end of, of the penny stock realm because obviously, it's a cash business. So it hits the bottom line pretty quickly. If you're going to pick retail, I would pick a good retailer or a good, product. Service business like a GoPro or JCPenney or something like that to that higher realm. Yeah. Wow. I don't know of any OTC retailers.
Yeah, I don't know of any.
I don't know of any or any low end retailers that I can think off the top of my head. I think Groupon is probably a good one. I think for the holidays coming up. They tend to do well during that time. A lot of small businesses like to use those services during those time of the year. So we might see a rally in Groupon here soon once they find a bottom and rally up higher with some good news. But other than that, I don't know of any, cheap, stocks that are retail that.
I don't know of any either.
Yeah.
But on the OTC,
All right, so that's something that we can probably look into. But off the top of my head, I don't know one of right now.
All right. Yeah. All right, man. I don't want to hold up your time. I just want to, tell Kim that, man. I mean, she might be better off, like I said, just going into, Discord.
Definitely.
A lot of people can answer a lot of questions, But okay, Sal.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call, Greg.
Okay, brother.
All right. There it is, man. It's Craig G. Hey, Craig G, post that Discord app, and Kim, post it if you can. Go ahead and post that link so Kim can have that. Post that so Kim can have that. But I think you guys get what I was trying to say, man. Also I should have told her about the broker. Try a cheaper broker. There it is. Thank you so much, Travi. Appreciate that. I should have told her that too. Move over to U Stock Trade. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I should have thought of that as well. U Stock Trade. But she might like that TD app though. Obviously there's a little bit more research and data, but yeah, it's completely free. Robinhood, you can do Robinhood, Kim. I know it might be a little frustrating to have to move your money out and doing all that stuff, but it is free to get your money in and out of TD, right? It's free to move your money around here. All right, it is free. So you could look at U Stock Trade, Robinhood, and then find a good stock to get long in. And I like CYTR. CYTR, I just talked about that. Maybe do some research on it, but it looks like it's looking to break out here. Maybe somebody in the chat room would agree with me on that. There's some other plays out there too at some breakout levels that you might want to look into. 919, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey Sal, how you doing? This is Bat Scientist.
Hey Bats, what's going on, man?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. How's your week been?
Oh, good so far. Look, ended up good. Looking forward to the weekend, doing some research and learning a little bit more too.
Excellent. I've got a quick one for the group. A couple of stocks, maybe three. Maybe it'll tie in with some stocks that Kim might be able to get into. One NASDAQ play, two OTCs. Have you guys noticed Lithium there's been a little bit of buzz in the Lithium stocks?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the first NASDAQ one would be URRE. This is Uranium Resources. In addition to uranium, they've been acquiring lithium resources throughout, I think, Nevada, that type of Arizona area.
Mm-hmm.
Big move yesterday and the last couple of days, but today I think there was a bit of a pullback on it. So I think it's at like a $1.50 stock, not too bad. But OTCs on lithium, so I don't know what it is. I know Tesla's building a huge facility in Reno, Nevada. I was actually there a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they're building a really, really big facility out there. And actually, URRE acquired some lithium reserves in that nearby area in Reno, Nevada. So that might be something to look into, down the line, maybe more of a long-term hold, 2-3 months.
Okay.
Yeah, so that looks good. And obviously with Tesla, you've got the lithium batteries, but you've also got the battery market with Apple iPhones and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So the other two OTCs would be LITH, as in lithium, LITH.
Mm-hmm.
That one moved pretty well today. And LTUM. And those two are affordable. I think one of them is, they might be below 10 cents or something like that. So a couple of...
What was the last one? LU?
LTUM.
LTUM.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it could just be a false signal that these lithium stocks are up, but I'm sensing that, something might be happening with lithium. Maybe not all of them are responding this way, but, I had a lot of money in URRE. It just wasn't moving. It's one of those stocks that gives up its gains. Like right now, at the $1.50 mark, it will probably drop back to $1.30 or $1.20. But yeah, that's all I wanted to contribute for today. If people just keep their eyes on those three lithium stocks or just the lithium market as a whole, maybe there's something there. I'm not, I don't know about if you'll get, sympathy plays like shipping this week and last week, but it might just be good to, keep an eye on the lithium market.
Now, Bats, if you can, I know you're a scientist. Can you explain exactly what lithium is and what it's used for? Are you able to do that for us?
Yeah, sure. So if you guys remember your chemistry from back in the day, if you remember sodium, so the sodium ion, the same sodium that's in sodium chloride, lithium is in the same group. So I don't want to speak too complicated, but lithium is one of those monovalent salts. So it just like sodium chloride, you get salts like lithium chloride because they're in the same group, just as Dries is in the same group as EGLE or Cyno. They're in a related group. So lithium chloride basically, or lithium, because it's a much tinier molecule than sodium, it has special properties. Hence, that's why it's used in ceramics, like in the plate industry, in the plastics, in the metal as a metal alloy, and of course, as we all know it day to day, lithium batteries, it extends the battery life. So because it's a very, very tiny molecule at the atomic level, it has special properties that people have exploited for hundreds of years.
Okay.
And if you look at uranium resources, so this company specifically, they don't actually mine it, because one way you can get lithium is to mine it from rocks like you would, all the other ores like iron ore or zinc or something like that. They actually extract it out of brine water or salt water, and this process is tons cheaper than actually mining it from a rock. And this is why for uranium resources it's really attractive for them. And they've been, if you look at just in the last year or two, they've been accumulating these lithium resources because they know with Tesla, with that market going, lithium is used in a lot of markets, but predominantly in the battery industry to make lithium batteries, but also in ceramics, certain plastics. It's widely used, but just like aluminum, or as we would say, the English would say aluminium, it's such a small molecule that it's able to basically fit in between larger metals or larger atoms. So it's excellent to form alloys with other metals. It gives the product very special properties, and like I said, the lithium battery industry, that's big with smartphones. It's also, car batteries, electric cars like Tesla, that's a huge industry. So it's just something to watch. And I know, like in one of your shows earlier, like maybe it could have been a month or 2 months ago, where you mentioned that towards Christmas time, some of the commodities tend to do really well. I can't remember why you said that was, but that was round about the time I bought URRE. I had been holding it, for a while, but I'm not too much of a good swing trader and I lose patience. So I sold it off and invested in something that would give me money a lot faster because this stock just doesn't move.
Yeah.
But when it does move, you know, you think something is happening and then it just gives back those gains.
Right, yeah. I see the last couple of days, if you look at the chart, it looks very positive, but it is very slow.
Yeah, today it just kind of gave back everything.
Yeah.
Now, it's hard to say figure out if today was a pullback or is it just going back to support, you know. So, I thought I'd just bring that up. Just keep lithium on your watch list because it might be a false signal, but maybe there's something happening there.
Interesting.
Well, thank you, Saul. I appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Batsford. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
All right. Definitely appreciative of all the contributions you guys make to the show and educating all the other people who are watching. He really gave some really good stocks right there, guys. That was really, really nice of him to do. URRELITH and was it LUTM? Just forgot about that. Hold on. What was the last one he just gave? Bats, if you can type that. I think it was LTUM. It was LTUM. It should be right. Well, he was LTUM. LTUM 40% today alone. Woo. That's a nice move. Looks like it was a pretty sudden move. Obviously the stock, still needs some consistent volume, but at 9 cents a share, which looks like it's trying to break out, but I mean, who knows if this is something to really believe in long term, because it looked like it is kind of early, right? So it is kind of early, and of course I would love to got in at that 6. Looks like there is support at 9, but we'll see. All right. Not a problem, Kim. We're always here to help. Not a problem, Kim. We're always here to help. Somebody had mentioned Erica. Yes. Going back to Erica real quick. Yeah, you don't. If you don't have a lot of money to work with, you want to try and buy the cheapest shares. Period. That you can buy that are moving, because again, you make money on Wall Street. You make money in your account by percentage gains, right? That's how you make money, is percentage gains, multiplied by the number of shares you have. So the more shares you have, and then the higher the percentage gains, the more money you make, right? So, if you only have, what I used to believe, 7 shares of Walmart makes a 5% move. That's really not a lot of money for you, right? After it's all said and done. But if I've got 10,000 shares of a double 10 stock, and that stock moves up 5%, that's a good return. I mean, that's a solid return for me. So you want to understand how the math works out and how it plays into your favor. When you're talking about, OTC penny stocks, when you're talking about stocks under $1, where you make those big moves based on the amount of shares you're working with and the percentage gain. Yeah. All right. So shout out to Travi. Thank you for posting up. That's the permanent link to that Small Cap Millionaire chat room. And there are people in there who will be more than happy to help you. More than happy to help you, and all they ask is that you obviously heed their advice. They know what they're doing in there, and those guys are more than happy to share their knowledge with you. All right? Oh, yeah, they're in there every night. Every night, somebody's going to be in there and willing to help you. Somebody's going to be in there willing to help you. I'll be in the Discord app this weekend as well. I've been meaning to get in there this week, but I'll be in there. I'll be in there this weekend. Probably tomorrow afternoon or so. All right, because I'm trying to do some research here. I've been watching some of these Tim Syke DVDs again. Tim Tactics. I think tomorrow I'm going to watch Tim Raw. You know, just a refresher. You know, always got to do a little refreshing. Always got to do a little refreshing. All right. So thank you, Bat Scientist, for that. Appreciate that. Those are some good plays. Those are some good plays, man. Especially that LITH. I like the LITH probably out of all of them. URRE though, you know, it is the Nasdaq play, and probably the more disciplined out of all of them. LITH 28% today alone, but it's not out of the realm where it might be too late to get in because it looked like it was a recent breakout. Yeah, it looks like it was just happening today, so I might wait for a good red day, buy at a discount. But LITH, just want to pull it up a little bit here. U.S. Lithium Corp. Let's see if this is just legit. Uh-oh, come on. Please tell me you got a website. Please tell me you got a website. Okay, you do have a website. For whatever reason, it's not on OTC Markets. U.S. Lithium Corp. All right. See, the website bothers the shit out of me. The website bothers me. They got a link to their Twitter account, but they don't have a Twitter. All right, see, shit like that bothers the shit out of me. Never mind. See, when you miss the little details like that, then I don't even want to look at anything else. I can only imagine where else you're fucking up at. You know, little shit like that. You're trying. You know, you're a publicly traded company. You know, and you're using a Gmail account. I mean, look at this. This is the Gmail account that they have on their OTC website. This is OTC Markets, the platform, the venue where they trade at, and they're using a Gmail account. rowstockventures@gmail.com as the corporate email address. Do y'all see shit? I mean, this is the shit that I'm talking about. Is this, you know, and then they wonder why, you know, people don't take this market seriously, you know. Man. Oh, man. Anyway, current assets, cash of only $4,000, prepaid expenses of $16,000. So, all right. So it looks like it's really not a legit play. It's not a legit company. All right. Net loss of $143,000. No revenues. Was there any real income? Net loss. Okay, yeah, no revenues. I don't see any revenues. All right, I don't see any property ownership. I don't see anything like that. So, all right, so yeah, U.S. LITH is basically bust. It's basically bust. All right. Because I can tell you right now, $4 million valuation that it currently has. And as of September 30th, 2016, the company had only $4,535 in cash. No. This is a no-go. This is a no-go. That's a no-go. All right, so that's done. All right, so out of all his plays, then maybe URRE, the Nasdaq one, I would have to, you know, that would definitely be something you would have to sit down and break down a little bit better. LTUM, real quick. Okay, that's an OTCQB. That has me a little bit hyped. All right, let's check out the website. All right, they got the proper email address. Website could use some help, but everything is put together right. Let's look at the financial real quick. All right, look at the financials. Look at the financials real quick. In fact, I don't know if I could. Let me see if I can. OTC Markets. Do it with you guys. I know you guys can't see it all here because they're kind of stretched out. LTUM, Lithium Corporation. company profile. Actually, no, let's just go to filings. Let's just go to file. Well, we can just use that. Let's leave the latest report. All right, so here's the 10Q, LUTH. All right, let's go down to filings here. Cash on hand. All right, 305,000. Let me go on something else here so I can look at it myself. Let's see what they got here. Deposits, total assets, mineral properties. Okay, so they actually do have some mineral properties on hand. Liabilities, accounts payable. That's too low. I've got to figure out why accounts payable and accrued liabilities is only $5,900. That's pretty low. That lets me know that they're not probably doing anything legit over there just yet. Operating expenses. Let me see if I can zoom in here for you guys a little bit. Operating expenses. 7,100. Exploration expenses. Consulting fees. All right. Okay. Have you guys noticed that? Did you guys notice that blank right there? Did you guys see that right here? What's that right there? You guys see that, right? Revenues. This is the lifeblood of every company. All right. You cannot successfully operate a company if you do not have revenue, if you do not have any incoming capital to sustain your business. All right. So LTUM, although it trades on the OTCQB, which is a higher standard than Pink's, it currently has no revenue. The company has no money coming in. So 9 times out of 10, I can almost assure you that they're financing their business with convertible debt. And as we can see here, there it is right there. Stock issued for cash. There's the convertible debt right there. Almost $2.3 million or 2.3 million shares. Look at look at this. Look at that. $2,300. $2,300. Well, hold on. Additional paid in cap. Okay, all right, yeah, additional. Okay, oh, yeah, he got more than that. He got a little bit more than that. I'm about to say that he only gave $2,300 for 2.3 million. That's crazy. So he got a little bit more than that. Additional paid in capital of almost 55,000. So yeah, he paid up a little bit. But as you can see, they're financing the company. Oh, let me stop moving around. They're financing the company with shares. They're financing the company with shares. All right. They're financing the company with shares. All right, so I hope you guys saw that. A little training for you guys on how to read that stuff. Oh yeah, I understand. I understand, Bats. I understand. They're just technical plays. I feel you. I'm just. I understand these are not like, you're just going on a chart. Hey, Bats, what's up?
Yeah, I totally agree with you on a lot of these stocks are not financially sound.
Yeah. I know you're just going on the technical, the technical plays.
Yes, absolutely. So with a lot of technical traders, fundamentals don't count whatsoever.
That is correct. And a lot of the stocks I play don't technically, fundamentals don't matter. You're absolutely right.
I was going to add just a quick point with a lot of these stocks. If you look at Magna Gas, that's another one that's using, a special type of welding flame that's
MNGS,
a lot more. Yeah, Manga, MNGA, yeah. So with a lot of these companies, a lot of it is more discovery and trying to, bring in larger companies to take them over. So they may not have, very impressive pharmaceuticals. One big example is the field that I'm in. A lot of the startups, the biotech pharmaceutical companies, And the reason why Warren Buffett doesn't actually invest in a lot of these companies is, if you notice, a lot of companies that are very rich in R&D, that's where all the money is going, so they won't have earnings. But it doesn't then necessarily mean that those companies are bad.
Right.
It just means that they'll need to look for a company that's good at what it does, that's bigger, so maybe they'll team up with like a Johnson & Johnson or a Glaxo, who've got all the experience in distribution, marketing, and then hopefully they get bought out.
Right.
So, I totally agree with you. It's crap companies, and if you're a fundamental trader, don't even
Sure, don't even play them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're all technical runners, and they're running on great technicals, by the way. I mean, I looked at the LITH, and it's at a great setup point for a possibility where it could break out and you could make a good return on something that cheap. So I mean,
I totally agree with you, and just wanted to recapitulate what you've said in that it depends what type of trader you are. If you're strictly, you want the company to be managed well, to be a healthy company with good earnings, then that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
A lot of us are more like hybrids, so you'll kind of, to kind of protect yourself, you'll look at these penny stocks and look at the way they're managed, look at their, cash flow and all the other fundamental indicators, and kind of read the technicals along with that. I constantly argue with my brother about that because we're both in the same science field. He's a consultant, but he's strongly into fundamentals. And so, a couple of times I've given him picks. And on Gale, you remember when Gale was running?
Oh man, yeah, Gale was putting up stupid days. Yeah.
Or even STEM, and STEM, those guys have been reverse splitting. Yeah, so I gave him Gale as a pick. He says, "Why are you picking it?" He started telling me about the financials and stuff. I said, "Look at the technicals."
Yeah.
So he didn't tell me he got into it. He got into it. He made 100% in 2 days. And then I alerted it to him again, maybe 2 or 3 weeks after that, he got in again and made 150.
Yeah.
So it does 150%. So it's not always about whether the company is managed. It could be the crappiest of companies.
Yes.
I mean, look at the shipping sector.
True.
That went crazy.
Yeah.
Not all of those shipping companies are financially sound.
Very true.
But remember, you're not trading fundamentals as a technical trader. You're trading the perception of fundamentals.
There you go.
So, if dries went up for whatever good news it went up, the perception, as it looks to other traders is that, oh, look at that. That's a shipping company, or it's a former runner. And so everyone runs in because the perceptions of fundamentals looks good. And it's not necessarily that that's the case. You look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump, he had the momentum behind him, not because he's the best candidate in the world. It's the perception of change. And, people react more to perception than to actual facts. So, that was just, but yes, I totally agree with you. The crap fundamentals, but if you're doing technicals and just looking at the heartbeat of the stock, you're looking at the regularity of that heartbeat as a technical trader rather than looking at, is the heart actually healthy?
Right.
Yeah. But I appreciate it, John. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, man.
All right, bye-bye.
There it is, man. And he hit it right on the head, guys. He hit it right on the head, man. That's when people ask, why do you care what the website looks like? Why do you care? Man, it's perception is everything, man. Perception is everything. When a company, especially where you're helping a company grow its fan base, grow, just getting the word out about a company, right? It kills you as a marketer. When the company doesn't want to improve its website, when they don't want to use a corporate email address, it's all about perception, all about perception. And the companies that do well, that run really aggressively on OTC markets, are only in the OTC. They've got one great marketing team behind them, but more importantly, maybe an overwhelming catalyst that's moving the market as well, but also great website, great internet presence. It all comes together, man. It all comes together. You can have, and I just showed you guys, shitty ass books, $4,000 in the bank, $4,000. The company's worth $4 million. The company has a valuation of $4 million and has $4,000 in some Bank of America account somewhere. Thank you for joining us, Kim, here on the show. Please join us in that Discord room whenever you want. And that applies to everybody here watching too. All right? That applies to everybody here watching. And we're going to post up some of the tickers we've talked about here today before we end the show. Of some of the tickers that we've talked about here on the show. Thank you, Kim Hall. Appreciate that so much. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Mr. VWAP delivering that truth, man. It's all about perception. All these shipping companies today, they were running on perception, man. They weren't running on any kind of fundamentals. At all. It was just the perception that these companies are going to do incredibly well based on the Baltic Dry Index that was running up to new highs. All right. So what does that mean? Obviously, shipping companies that have operations out there in the Mediterranean are going to do well. Just perception. That's all. There's so many books. And again, in that torrent that we gave out earlier, there are books in there on the psychology of investors, because it is such a psychological pursuit, man. The stock market will fuck your mind, dude. I know how. I still go through some of the stuff, like when it's going against you or it's going in your favor. The stock market will teach you so much about yourself, about other people. Why is the stock running? Why is this stock not running? Don't you see all the good things happening? Why isn't this running? What's wrong with you people? When you short a stock and the stock starts going against you, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Why are you buying the stock? Don't you see that this company's worthless? Don't you see that there's nothing here? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Why are you buying the stock? Fuck, I gotta sell. Oh, shit. God, fuck, what's going on? What's wrong with these people buying this trash stock? Learn about what people think. Groupthink is insane, man. When it comes to the market, sometimes trying to bet against a trend, it's dangerous. Spiritual, emotional, very, very true, Trading Jedi. Very, very true. Psychology has a lot to play with it, man. A lot. So definitely pick out some, one great book, Alexander Elder. Really, really good lessons. Another website that I like to read, and I've given this site out a couple times. I really hope you guys have checked it out. This is about another great author, Thomas Bolkolsky. And yes, it's an old school website, but he's got a lot of, good information. Everything from chart patterns you can memorize, to psychology, to little quizzes you can take to memorize stuff. Fundamentals and learning to look at a stock. Here's the link to it. It's called thepatternSite.com. The guy's had it since like, for years. I mean, since like 2005. So, don't go there for the graphics. You can tell he manages it himself, and he doesn't do anything special with it. But he updates it. And there's a little blog, and a lot of people. You'd be surprised the kind of people who go on this site, man, to view what he's thinking about the market. He's got some really good books out there. The site is completely free. There's so much knowledge on this website, man. So much knowledge, and I really hope you guys are reading and watching those DVDs and stuff, man, because I've learned, whether it be marketing or, even trading on my own or sales, especially in sales or any pursuit, the money is made when you're by yourself and you're learning the craft, man. That's where the money is made. It's not when you're actually like doing the thing that makes you money. It's when you're pursuing the craft and trying to perfect it for yourself. Reading that book, learning, practicing, that's where you really make your money. Because those talents or that skill that gets finessed, gets expressed when it's game time. When it's game time, that's when that skill gets expressed. It's lights, camera, action. Time to go. Time to put up or shut up. Those hours of, sitting up, practicing and day trading and reading and watching and taking notes, that's where, it all pays for itself back, man. In my opinion. But that's a really good website. You guys need to spend some time there. Read what this guy's got to say and the years of articles he's put up. Trading psychology, chart patterns, and it's very thorough, very, very thorough, man. I'm just clicked on chart patterns, and you can see all the letters he's got. I mean, it's just incredible amount of information. And don't overwhelm yourself, man. Digest it little by little. It's just the fact that you're spending some time improving yourself. That's really what it's about. I ain't no master, man. I'm not no master. But I've noticed the more I delve into it, the better I get, and the more I offer information, the good karma comes back to me and pays itself back. Take care, bad scientists. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. And Craig G, you can make a lot of money. Yeah, you can make a lot of money shorting these stocks, man. It's very, very true. We had somebody in the chat room talk about SureTrader. You can make good money. And in fact, Tim Sykes, the only problem is that promotions don't happen like they used to. But Tim Sykes made his first $1 million from the really hot days of penny stocks, which was about 2002 to about 2008. 2002 to 2008 was really like penny stocks were just insane, man. They were just going bonkers. And then you had another glory day, which was pretty much, I want to say 2010 to like 2014. All right, from the beginning, toward the end, you had the marijuana, and then you had slightly before that the Bitcoin and shit like that. All right, but it's never too late. There are always tons of shares to short right now. I mean. This one right here. Gosh, where I went to, did I just go to Bing? Hold on, trading view. Let me go back. I went to damn Bing. Let me see. AXIM. Hopefully I didn't fuck up. Okay, there it is. You said still see me? Okay, good. AXIM. All right, AXIM. I mean, this is insane, man. This is insane. This is a beautiful short. Now, I don't know when this pump is going to be over. But I'm telling you this right now. It's going to come back down. This is not a legit company, AXIM. It's not a legit company. We can go take a look at the financials right now before I end the show. AXIM Biotechnologies. It's not a real biotech company. It's just not. And look at this. The 10Q is actually late. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Can I zoom in on that? They actually look at this is right here, notification of late filing. They don't even want to file their new shit because they know they're behind. Here it is, the late 10Q, November 10th. All right. Let's look at it. Here's the PDF. AXIM Biotechnologies. All right. Let's look at it a little bit. All right. So we need additional time. Here's the report right here. There will be a delay in filing. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. All right. There will be a delay in filing the company's quarterly report on 10Q for the quarterly period ended September 30th because the company needs additional time. Additional time for what? To make it look better. All right. To make it look better. If I had more time, I would Google his name and find out if he's a legit doctor. All right. But here's the report. They don't even have the financials, guys. They don't even have the paperwork. Can you imagine? This is a company that's up 300-400%, and they don't even have the paperwork together. Can you imagine that? And let's look at the company. Look at this. Look at this valuation. Again, I just showed you the company doesn't have it together. Look at the market value here. Market value, $328 million. I would zoom in, but I think it would move out of range. 320. This is the current market value. $328 million. And you know what? Just to show you how crazy this is. Just to show you how crazy it is, let's go and find an old 10Q. All right, so now we know the company's worth $328 million. Let's see this Q, this older 10Q. Okay, oh no, that was a Q8, my bad. Let's go back real quick. Let's go to this older one right here, August 22nd of this year. All right. There it is. Look at this. This is not in millions of dollars, guys. This is not in millions of dollars, by the way. Look at that. I just showed you again a $328 million valuation. Look at this. As of June 30th of 2016, the company had $18,000. $18,000. This is a $328 million company on paper. All right. So yes, you can make a lot of money shorting these companies, but I want you guys to know, do both, buy and sell. Short, learn how to do both of that. Look at the revenues, man. Look how embarrassing this is. $11,000 in revenues for the first 3 months of this year. Now, again, the company on paper right now is worth $328 million. And for the first 3 months of 2016, they delivered $11,241 on revenue. And it's so funny because even on that $11,000, look at the cost of the goods was 12. They didn't even make money on the 11 grand. They didn't even make money on the $11,000 they make. There was actually a negative 841. And then, of course, administrative cost over $400,000 because they spend so much just running the fucking operation. They don't care about making money. They care less about making money. They're selling shares. Selling shares. I don't give a damn about making money. We don't actually care about our revenues. Can you imagine that? A business, only in OTC markets where you spend more money actually running the business than actually, what you pull in. It's hilarious. And again, you guys can learn this, it's basic fundamentals here, basic fundamentals. Basic fundamentals. All right. And look at that. They're just giving shares away. Look at that. Common stock issued in exchange for debt. Look at that. 2 million shares. They're just giving shares away. Just giving it away. They can care less. Look at that. Net loss. $2.8 million net loss for the company. Almost 130% increase year over year in comparison to 2015. 2.8 million compared to 2 million. So almost, that's almost what, that's almost 140% year over year. All right. These companies are a joke. This entire company is a joke. And again, if it was trading at 4 cents, 3 cents, I wouldn't be such a hater right now. I wouldn't be such a hater if it was trading at 3 cents, 4 cents. But the fact of the matter is, this is a company that's trading at it touched $9 today. $9 a share. At $9 a share, this company's probably worth over $400 million. And this company made a negative $850 the first 3 months of this year. And I you know why? And you know what's even sadder? The reason why they can't post financials, or they just don't want to post financials, is because they don't have anything to show. I bet you for the last 3 months, this company hasn't made $1. That's why they don't want to post it up. Everybody hasn't sold out. Everybody hasn't got their money out. So I'm not going to post the new financials because I don't want to scare away this new money. I'm just looking for anything interesting else that you guys might be interested in. Is a promissory note. It's pretty typical. There we go. Love this part of the penny stock books. Convertible notes. This is my favorite part of 10 Qs and 10Ks. Convertible notes. On June 2016, the company entered into a debt exchange agreement whereby it exchanged a convertible loan, all right, of $50,000, which was convertible into the company's common stock for a conversion price of 10 cents a share. 10 cents a share. Now, I just told you that the company almost hit $9 a share. Can you imagine the kind of return that is? That's insane return on an investment. For 50 grand? That's insane. This is June. That's not bad for 5 months. What was that, 5 months ago? That's not bad for 5 months. That's not bad for 5 months. All right. Not bad for 5 months. You know, and it's got some other notes out there too. All right. Of course, a struggling OTC company definitely has to have a stock incentive plan. We're not making any money, but man, we got a stock incentive plan. Oh yeah. Can you imagine that? You got a stock option plan and your company is not even making any revenue. You know, what a joke. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this interesting thing here. On June 3rd, the company entered an employment agreement with Dr. blah, blah, blah. Its chief is CEO, all right? On September 13, 2015, following 15 months of continuous employment, and every 3 months thereafter, the company was obligated to issue 125,000, and again, every 3 months after September 13th, 2015, the company was obligated to issue 125,000 restricted shares of the company common stock upon the average of 10-day closing price preceding the immediately grant value. That's insane. That's crazy. They're literally giving this guy almost $1 million every 3 months right now if they kept this price going. You know? There's a couple other things. On January 1st, the company issued into an employment agreement with Mr. Something Something. It's CTO. Chief Technology Officer of what? What are you, the Chief Technology Officer of what? The company has no operations. So what is he leading? They have no revenue. The agreement has initial term of 1 year and renews every year until terminated by the company. Under the agreement, Mr. whatever his name is receives an annual base compensation of $126,000. That is nearly 10 times the revenue the company brought in the first 3 months. $126,000. And quarterly incentive payments of either 120,000 shares of stock or an amount of cash equal to the fair market value of 120,000 shares of stock. Do the math at $7 a share. Do the math. You want to learn about how to get rich? I tell you right now, these motherfuckers is going to jail. Based on what I just read, they're going to jail. They're probably going to jail. They know better. They know better. Richie Rich, I'll get into that in a second. You know, and they get desperate sometimes. Look at this. June 30th, 2016, the company issued 500,000 restricted shares of its common stock in exchange for the conversion of a $5,000 payable note. This is a favor for somebody. This is a favor. They gave away 500,000 shares for 5 G's. For $5,000, they gave away 500,000 shares. And when they say restricted, that's a very, you know, it sounds like a very strong word, but restricted means you can't sell it for like a day on OTC markets. You know, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. All right. I mean, it's making me sick. I can't even look at this no more. I'm seeing all the, and then of course they got a going concern statement. Can you believe that? They got a going concern statement, and they're giving away the company. The company intends to raise capital through private placement. Blah blah. There can be no assurance. You know, if the company is unable to raise sufficient additional capital, additional funds, it will have to develop and implement a plan to further extend payables, reduce overhead, or scale back its current business plan until sufficient additional capital is raised. Can you believe that? They're hooking up each other, and they're not even investing back into the business. It's hilarious. So I just wanted to show you guys that real quick, man. It's hilarious, man, what some of these people get away with. You know, and this is your local doctor, man. This is your local doctor at your office. This is your local, professional. He's your local healthcare professional driving around in that big Benz, and you think, oh, he's so smart and he's educated. He must have he's scamming. These wealthy people use all kind of little tricks with paper to create wealth for themselves for generations. Paper money. What about this RXII, Richie Rich? What do you like about this, man? As soon as it dips under $1, it's a good buy. Bill Bet said it's a good buy. Lucas Energy. Let me see. What do you like about Lucas Energy, man? Lucas Energy. Asset-rich independent oil and gas company, developing significant acreage positions in the Eagle Ford and Austin Chalk, based out of Houston, Texas. Okay, another Houston energy company. Excuse me. A Locus Energy, committed to proving. Okay. See so many of these energy companies out of Houston, man. Obviously, that's a big energy. Texas is a big energy state. Looks like they broke out recently here, not too long ago. But oil prices are still pretty low, man. I mean, what do you like about it? I'm looking at the historical chart. I see it's been beat up for a long time. It's been beat up for a very, very long time. I wouldn't want to go too far. This is the 30-day. I see it broke out here recently. That's the Oregus driller. Okay. Nah, not bad though, man. It could be doing something, man. It could be doing something. These small cap, companies. We know when they run, man. So, 135, it runs up to 2. I see here, a couple of days ago, it tried to get up there. So that would be a good move. Yeah. Oh man, look. This is a solid move. That's a solid move, and it's found some support. And it looks like it's found some support. In fact, I'm going to add in. It's found some support here. All right, that's where we are. Let me see if I have any. No, I don't have any historical reference because I see here it hasn't done that before. In fact, yeah, it's at a low point. It's never been at, well, yeah, we have some support, some previous support here. What was that in 2015? August of 2015. All right. So we got some previous support to lean on. And I do see, as you can see here, it's got some history of spiking. It's got some history of spiking. All right. Let's go back to where we need to be here. So not bad, not bad. I wouldn't mind doing this. This is again a 5-day chart. This is where you kind of need to be. So we're in a funnel right now in the stock. The bands are pretty tight. The Bollinger Bands are pretty tight on it. Danger zone is 123. Breakout is at 154 for a decent breakout. So it's in a nice band. Some people might say, "Oh, I'd put it at 116." I think it's a little bit too low because I saw stronger support at 123 than I did here. So I'm gonna leave those lines up there and see whether or not the stock really moves aggressively on that. 6 million shares account that was sold by the selling stockholder, consisting of 100,000 shares of common stock. So Mag, are you saying they're about to dump on people? Hold on. Convertible stock issue, convertible conversion. Oh, okay. So they're about to dump on. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, they're about to dump on you. All right. So I would still keep the lines. I mean, I'm going to keep the lines on there just because to see whether or not the stock pulls down, because now you're talking about, if that's going to be the case, a possible short for you. All right. A possible short for you. 113.94. Okay. There it is. All right. Yeah. So we'll see. We just keep watching it, and as the chart develops, you'll know where you're supposed to be at. Yeah, it looks like a big dump could be happening here soon. So you see what could be at. But we got some, now you got your support levels. So as the stock dumps, right, and you want to have those lines on your chart before it happens, or even actually, before your day starts if you're looking at a trade, so you can already know where your support and resistance lines are. So as the chart develops during the day, you already know what the hell's going on and where you need to be at and the lines you're supposed to hit. So you'll know where to either maybe dollar cost average back up, or because you could be hitting a support line, or time to sell, or when to add because possible breaking out could be happening. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Where did you find the float for LEI? Mag, I think he's asking. I mean, you can find it in Yahoo Finance, or most of your brokers should have it. Finding the float. Appreciate Mag for posting that. Lowfloat.com. Okay. Lowfloat.com. I wouldn't know that. Let me see here. I think, Lowfloat? Okay, yeah, lowfloat.com. Man, I haven't been on lowfloat.com in a minute. I forgot, but they own it over there. I don't know who runs it. And whether or not they keep it updated, but is it pretty updated? Lowfloat.com? Looks like it is updated. Database last updated November 12th, 2016. Okay, they say it at the bottom. So they do their best. And I do like the fact that they have their own section there for penny stocks. You know, OTC, BB stocks and shit like that. Whether or not they're all, you know, because, you know, OTC stocks, they change like overnight, man. Overnight, they go from low float to having 2 billion damn shares out there. Yes, indeed. R.W. Perry said, how does shorting stock works? Again, do you have the Tim Sykes DVD, man? Because, you know, you might want to watch that Tim Sykes DVD, Short Stocking. You will know everything you need to know about how to short penny stocks. It's all in that DVD, Short Stocking. Mac 36090, I just made you a moderator. Yeah, man. Energy ORIG? What's going on with ORIG? ORIG 2 down 10%. You know, ORIG could be actually it's oversold on the RSI. But ORIG yeah, it's really interesting because it's at a support level too. I probably should zoom in a little bit better. And again, my lines aren't perfect, but they're good enough for me. All right. So it could crack below this. But there is support. There is support there for ORIG at 123, though, man. Obviously, you know, it could be 124. It just I might be a penny off or two, but the lines are pretty legit. The lines are pretty legit. Let me make sure. I like to keep my lines where they make sense. All right. So see whether or not it stays within the funnel. But yeah, it's showing oversold on ORIG, man. It's showing oversold on ORIG. It's not too bad. Bill Bet says any low float 000 plays. I'm actually looking at that list. It's not too bad of a list. Lowfloat.com. Let me see here. Some of the things on that list. Let me TNLX. No, that's not good. I'm trying to let's see one with volumes. There's got to be. They don't have to be like stupid low, but I mean low. I don't want like stupid low where it's like only 1,000 shares out there or some shit like that. Something where it's anywhere between like 1 and like 20 million. But the thing about it is that they don't. Lowfloat.com doesn't put on the volume, so you're not sure whether or not these stocks have volume. As we just tried a stock, you can't tell whether or not it has volume in the stock. So I'm looking for something. I'm looking for a name that could be familiar. PSSR. No. HEAT. No, that's not what I'm looking for. HEAT Heat, the OTC play. Smart Heat Incorporated. Smart Heat Incorporated. Hold on. Why is this showing up as a low flow? Okay, well, okay, because it's trading in the gray market. Yeah. All right, so some of these stocks are out of compliance too, man. You got to be careful because some of these stocks are out of compliance. LEI is a low float, 1.3 million. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I typed it down now. All right, so you got to be careful because some of these stocks on there are not in compliance. SNGX, Solargenics is a nice one. Solargenics, that's a legit play right there. SNGX, it's not cheap anymore. It's not, well, I should say it's not expensive anymore because it used to be really up there. SNGX, but this one too is one that the operations are on that one. Float. The volume leaves a lot to be desired, but SNGX is legit. $3.40. So it has a lot to go. What is that? Integrated Surgical Systems, ISSM. ISSM. They're on the list as well. As a low float. This actually, again, I don't see the volume. I see the volume is just not really there. Here's a 5-day chart. There was like barely any buying here. Here's 3 months. There's 3 months of sporadic buying. But the company's in compliance. ISSM, Integrated Surgical Systems. The website looks like shit. Y'all got to see this website, man. This cannot be real. See, y'all take a look at that website. If you're on a computer, take a look at that website and tell me that cannot be a publicly traded company with a website like that. That's hilarious. Oh man, LEAT is on here. LEAT. I do know LEAT. You guys probably know LEAT. 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 LEAT is that the skateboard company. Oh no. Is it no? Oh no. Motocross. Yeah, it's the motocross company. Hold on. You guys probably know what this company is, man. LEAT. You've probably heard of them. If you've ever played that what was that game for PlayStation? Dave. The guy ended up committing suicide. Dave something. And he was like a bicycle guy, did tricks and flips and shit like that. Then you've heard of that ticker, LEAT. It's actually a legit business, man. LEAT. But this is a company that doesn't have any volume at all. I mean, there's like 400 shares traded. But LEAT, no volume. But it's a legit business, man, and I'm sure you've seen it around. Dave Mirra. That was it called. It was Dave Mirra BMX something. Remember it was on PlayStation? Dave Mirra. I think he committed suicide, didn't he? He committed suicide this year. Something like that. Dave Mirra BMX something. Yeah, Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX. That was the name of the game. Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX for PlayStation came out in September 26, 2000. Yeah, man, that was a decent game. Dave Mirra. Yeah, that website was a joke, man. Oh wow, Arrow's on there. AERO. AERO. Arrow. This is the company that makes Miracle Grow. Miracle. If you ever traded Miracle, if you've ever bought Miracle Grow, like one of the things I really like to do is Japanese bonsai plants. I like bonsai trees a lot. I'm a big fan of bonsai trees, and I have a couple bonsai trees. And every 3 or 4 months, I replace the Miracle Grow soil in the pots. And Arrow is the company that makes Miracle Grow. AERO. They trade on OTC markets. I forgot about them too. But their stock is relatively, it's got, not much volume, but I mean, it's a legit company. As you can see here, it's actually trending a bit higher, slowly but surely. Why they don't trade on the NASDAQ, I don't know, but that's the company that makes Miracle Grow. Yeah, I'm a big fan of bonsai trees. I think they're really good luck. What else? Okay, here, these Chinese companies, man. China Precision Steel. Yeah, no volume, but these stocks like this, you just gotta put an alert just cause, man. just put an alert just cause. China Precision Steel. Low float as hell too, man. Not bad. CPSL, only 3 million shares floating out there. China Precision Steel. It might be a joke of a company, but you won't be laughing when that shit goes from 9 cents to damn near 80 cents. Okay, what else here? I'm looking for something else. And sure enough, that stock we just got done researching, AXIM, is on the list. AXIM is on that list. On this low float list. UPGI. Let me see this. UPGI. Oh, that's out of compliance. So we pass that up. Verify me. VRME. Verify me. Actually got some decent beginner volume. VRME. Why does this sound familiar? Oh, okay. This was that authentication company. Somebody brought this up on this show. Somebody brought this up on this show. This is the company that has like software to help like verify, and they got to deal with like Hewlett Packard. Y'all might want to look into this company right here, man. Yeah, laughing all the way to the bank. Real talk. Laughing all the way to the bank. Howard Kuo. I use the RSI, which is the pink line, that purple line at the bottom. It's called the RSI, Relative Strength Index, measures buying and selling strength in the stock. I use the 10 and as well as the 20-day indicators, or moving average. I also use the 200-day moving average, which is that large yellow line, which allows me to track the stock's performance over a 200-day period and whether or not it's moving either below or above that moving average line. As we can see with the stock on the screen, it's well below its 200-day moving average. But it also depends on the time period you're looking at too, because sometimes within a 5-day it could look like it's over, whereas if you spread it out to 90-day or 6-month chart, it could be well below. And that because it measures the time distance. So in over 6 months, it's been bearish, but over 5 days, it's positive. So that helps you kind of dictate whether or not the trade is more favorable for a long within the last 5 days than it has been over the last 6 months. See, as you can see here, this is a 5-day. There's not too much volume here, so but very interesting company though. Verify me. I'm gonna keep track on that one though. I'm gonna keep track on that one because VRME, it's got an exciting technology and very low float, but very exciting technology, and the company is in compliance, and they look like they're just ready to move a lot higher if they got behind the right people. Look at that chart, man. It's ready to poof. A million shares floating. Yeah, it's ready to pop. Look at that. And it 21% gain just today. So that tells me somebody's buying. And it's so funny because they bought exactly 15,000 shares. That tells me something's up. I'd keep an eye on that just in case. All right. VRME. I'm not saying anything could happen. All right, but it's got a nice website. There's somebody buying the stock slowly here. I'm seeing orders coming in. Who knows? Who knows? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, for those of you guys in the chat room, you can put up the Discord room. It's been a very pleasurable and enjoyable 4 hours with you guys, and that's Friday's show, man. It's been really heavy. We've done 8 hours in the last 2 days about penny stocks, man. 8 hours, last 2 days alone in penny stocks. Let me put up the interesting trades we had today, or at least it's interesting tickers we spoke about today. That you might want to look at next week. All right, you might want to look at next week for something interesting or some decent movement in those stocks. All right, maybe look into this weekend. Maybe look into this weekend. All right, and again, this isn't everything. Most of you guys have your own list. You got your own thing that's going on. That's fine with me. Do your homework. Yes, indeed. Please do your homework. AT&T set a November 20 launch date for its DirecTV Now streaming service. 100 channels for $35 a month. Well, yeah, they got to compete, man. They got to compete with that shit. They're competing with people who have. I'm trying to get one of them Android boxes. I'm trying to get one of those Android boxes, but man, one guy fucked me over because the box doesn't have 4K. I got a 4K TV. The box that he sold me didn't have 4K, so luckily he was nice enough to give me my money back once I figured out, man, this ain't no 4K box. This ain't no 4K Android box. So I'm looking for something that's going to be 4K, expandable memory, preferably a quad-core processor. So I'm looking for something, that's going to be like, good shit. There's going to be some good shit. But there's so many boxes on eBay, and they all have different Kodi. I don't even know what the newest Kodi is, and then you got some people who make up their own like line of Kodi boxes. Like one guy, he's got one that's like called Smoke Screen or some shit like that, where it's his own little box with Kodi, and he says he's got every channel, every movie ever made, every show ever made, HBO, everything out there on the box. It's so hard to find out who's legit and who's not. Who's legit and who's not. Yeah, Fire Sticks are good too, Devin Miller. But it looks like it's all about them Android boxes though, man. Them Android boxes are the shit. Roku, yeah, Roku's good. Roku's good. I'd like the Fire Sticks if it's jailbroken though. If it's jailbroken and it's got all the other shit on it, I would take it. Cause I'm really seriously about to get rid of my cable bill, man. It's just I don't even fuck with it like that, man. And, you know, I'm watching the same, you know, shit on demand. I'm watching reruns of Atlanta with Childish Gambino. I'm watching old episodes of what's that, Fifth Power. Catching up on The Walking Dead. I'm not even watching. I don't even watch anything else. I don't even watch anything else. I don't know about y'all. CNBC, you know, CNBC. I watch CNBC on my damn, you know, through the damn, you know, E-Trade Pro sometimes. But, you know, some of these apps or these Android boxes, supposedly I can watch them on there. Yeah, ATL is a good show. ATL is a good show. You know? But yeah, somebody go ahead and if you guys want to join up in the Discord chat room, I know some guys are going to stay up till like 3-4 in the morning. Y'all can do that over there, man. The Discord room goes hard, man. Let me give my throat a damn break. Shit. I'm going to take a big ass dump. Because this chicken is about ready to shoot out of my damn asshole right now. And, again, put on a good movie. Put a good movie. I've been fiending to watch that Denzel movie, The Art of War. That was a good movie. The Denzel movie, The Art of War. Have y'all seen the poster for The Art of War? I don't know if anybody in here is into posters. I love posters. Like my bedroom, I got posters. I got the Art of War poster. The Art of War poster with Wesley Snipes. Ooh, that's a cold ass poster, boy. That's a cold ass poster. That shit is cold, man. If you get the big one, get the 27 by 40 one. Ooh, that shit is cold, man. That shit is cold. You put it in a nice frame. That shit is cold, man. Let me see if I could show you guys that Art of War poster, man. I'm a big fan of posters. I don't think I told y'all that. Let me see here. Let me see. We got a good post. You know, you gotta have a good poster. Yeah, this that Art of War poster, man. You put that in a 40. You don't have that green typing on it, but that's that Art of War poster, man. That shit is cold. Ooh, Wesley Snipes. The Art of War. Yeah, that shit is cold. There's some other really cool posters too. I think Tom Cruise, The Last Samurai one, that's a badass poster. And some of these posters people do, they are collectibles, man. They are collectibles. I had one poster bought that was from God, what movie was that from? The one with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan, the first one. Rush Hour, the first Rush Hour poster. Those are hard to find now. The first Rush Hour posters. The ones now are a bunch of reposts, but those ones had like dates on them, and they got really pretty valuable. I ended up selling. I kind of regret that one, but that was a good poster too. The Last Samurai, Rush Hour. Let me see, Rush Hour poster. Yeah, that's the Rush Hour 2. That's Rush Hour 3 poster. Okay, yeah, these are a couple of them. $19.99. I see one for $9.99. But that's not the... Okay, yeah, I see the 27 by 40. Oh, I'm about to snatch that one up. Yeah, so these movie posters, man. Inception was, yeah, Blade was sure. Passenger 57, yeah, Passenger 57 was cold as fuck. Passenger 57 was a cold ass movie. I mean, you guys don't watch that show on the History Channel where those guys are going through people's houses buying old shit and stuff like that? These things will be worth money, man. Y'all sleeping on these posters, man. I'll be collecting these posters untouched, leaving them wrapped and stuff. I go to junkyard sales. I want to make some videos showing you guys me going into a junkyard. Not a junkyard, but garage sales, man. Looking for really antique old art or black history. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black history medallions and stuff like that. There was one that I sold on eBay, and I regret that one too, but it was a Marcus Garvey UNIA flyer for them to like buy stock in the UNIA ships. For those of you guys who don't know, the UNIA, the United Negro Improvement Association, was this company started by Marcus Garvey, and their plan was to basically send all black people back to Africa, like willingly. They were just all going to go, and they were going to raise money to buy these ships. They ended up buying one of the ships. I think they actually bought a couple of them, but it was one of the flyers to invest in the company. And I got that one at a garage sale too, and I sold that one for like $700. I bought it for like $3. Yeah. You said the Inception one was good. Let me just see real quick. Passenger 57. I don't know. It's probably not out there, but Passenger 57 poster. Let me see. They probably. Oh shit! Yeah, they actually do have it up there. Okay. Passenger 57 poster is up there. That's tight as hell too. That's a young Wesley Snipes. Passenger 57. Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm about to be out of here too. Again, thank you guys so much for joining me, man. It's been really, really good show. I'll join you guys back here Monday. You guys know what it is. Please study, read, do all you got to do. I really appreciate everybody who watches the show. Thank you guys so much for watching. Be back here Monday. Stay safe. See you guys here Monday. 4 hours. 4 hours and damn near 30 minutes. Shit. If y'all don't love this, I don't know what else, man. I know y'all got people in y'all life y'all don't talk to this much. You know. That's what I say, man. Penny stocks, this game brings people together, man. It really does. Have a good night, everybody. See you Monday.